What's up, guys? This is Hyce, and I'm being partially blocked by Brett. We we couldn't get Discord figured out quite before we started, so today I'm joined by the 3/4 of an idiot for the video today. So welcome, Brett.
Hello.
And welcome, Leighton.
Hi.
I will figure out where to put them on screen. They're just gonna dance around for a second for now.
Watching the stream in the background was way too disorienting, so
Yeah,
we're just gonna stick with Discord for now.
Well,
it's throwing
let's
off
see.
my groove.
Well, we're just gonna do this. There's gonna be some black space on the side because Discord decided to just be extra mean and put them side by side. So, anyways, looks like
Pull my finger.
uh-oh.
Oh.
That doesn't work. You
Well,
guys
no,
are
not
up.
that
You're
much.
reversed. You're reversed
Oh,
on
is
the
he over
screen.
here?
Yeah, he's over there. There you go. No,
Here,
Leighton. Okay, this gag is just not working. Leighton, the other side. You're the other. Okay.
Wait, how is that working? We can't both be on the left.
Welcome to the challenge of mirrors and everything.
Is this the part where I ruin it?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So I need. Well, you need to have this going, which is probably going to screw with how the Discord layout goes.
Oh, don't you do this to me. What are we doing? What is ruining the Discord layout?
Are we not doing live questions?
We will be doing live questions, yeah.
All right.
But I've got several pre-asked questions as always, and I've also got I've just assumed, I don't have. Okay, Mick, you're gonna have to read the questions off when we take live questions. That'll be your job. Welcome. Thank you.
So hi everybody. Happy New Year.
Yeah, happy New Year to those of you who the year is new, and happy soon to be New Year for the rest of us here. I do want to say that we are doing the stream quite early. We had some change in plans. So to help celebrate the New Year in Colorado time, I filmed a top 10 of moments of the year for me and clips from the year that will kick off at 11:30 p.m. tonight, Mountain Time, and it will end with a New Year's lots of explodey boys in Derail Valley promptly at midnight. Hopefully there's spoilers. Hopefully there's no lag between that. So anyways, I've got several top chats apparently to catch up with because people are just ridiculous and very gracious. Stream hasn't even started and Ezekiel's here to let you know. All right,
real quick before you do that,
go for it.
If I'm reading off the questions, that means I don't need to stream it to you, right?
Correct. Yeah, I've run out of monitor. Well, I guess I could put it up on over the analytics, but I like seeing how many people are watching.
I would also like to point out, based on Wing's comment from just now, that 2022 was the longest month of 2019. I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Ezekiel with a gifted membership, because of course I've got your camera with your name on it somewhere around here. Tyler McGonigal, thank you for the super chat. Me Crusher making it 2 months as a brakeman. Happy New Year's. Blue Jacket Warrior also here gifting a membership. Everyone's got to fight for the total donated memberships apparently. And then Ezekiel, okay, one up again. Thank you. William Grantham, member for 7 months. Good morning from the New Year down in Australia. Have happy one from me. Yes, Happy New Year. And then Blue comes back with 5. You guys are ridiculous. 5 memberships there. And Baba Booey, Jersey. Yeah.
Baba Boy!
Baba Booey. Jersey sent me this lantern for Christmas, which was like one of the most sweet, touching things ever. So I now have 2 Brakeman's lanterns, and one of them's very shiny. So I got to put a blue lamp in it so that it can be that show that I've been an ES&D train crew member for a year. Okay, well let's get into it here. We're gonna start with a couple of the already asked questions as Mickley starts to take your live questions. So Jake Spencer has asked, how much do temperature, pressure, and humidity affect the performance of a steam locomotive? Would there be significant changes between, for example, a hot summer day in Florida and a cold winter day in Colorado? Yes.
I'd like to point out that the biggest effect is probably on the crew.
Yeah, well, that's very true. Yes. Yeah.
If I was down in South Florida on 100-some-odd degree day, having to shovel coal or oil or whatever they do down there, I would probably die.
Oil.
Shoveling oil.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a vibe. You can do that.
Yeah, here comes the Silverton up from Durango, shoveling oil. That's how they do it now, right?
So I've definitely noticed in person, and I'm sure Brett and Leighton have too, when you're firing when it's really cold out versus when it's really warm out, you do need a couple extra scoops of coal because you're fighting the ambient temperature. Your boiler is always trying to cool to ambient, right, from the external side. And so you have to heat it up that much more. If it's 100 degrees outside Fahrenheit, or if it's, -5, you're talking about a huge swing. You're talking about, compared to the boiler temp, like 25, 30, 35% change in temperature relative to what the boiler's trying to do. So that ends up being a lot more heat loss even through the insulation. So you end up shoveling more. So definitely.
Yep. There's also stuff that you wouldn't necessarily think of with steaming characteristics, like to Leighton's point about the crew. Visibility becomes a lot harder when it's cold because every single leak makes a giant steam barrier.
Yes.
The coal pocket being frozen solid can also be a problem.
Brett and I know a little something about that. 493 is a pile of frozen coal from 1968.
We discovered Kevlar in the back of 93's tender in Silverton and then had to destroy it.
It turns out when you mix ancient cab curtains with ancient coal and you leave them sit for like 50 years, they turn into tank armor. Not water tank, like gun tank.
Like bulletproof tank armor that then the largest chunk was at least a couple 100 pounds that we had to lug out of that
it took us everything to roll that thing off the gangway. It had to have been like 500 pounds.
I have a picture of it somewhere, but
a giant lump
like
of coal. Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Giant lump.
So that answers the temp thing. Pressure, I don't think atmospheric pressure is enough to make a difference. Go?
There, you could see a little bit with stuff like airflow. I don't think it would be like day-to-day characteristics, but like firing at altitude as opposed to sea level, you'll see a difference.
Yeah, because your combustion's a little bit lower. None of us have ever gotten a hand bomb at sea level, so we can't make that comparison personally. But yeah, you should be able to tell a difference there. And I mean, you can tell a difference even between like the museum and the top of Cumbres Pass, because you're talking about double the elevation there, which I've gotten to do. And then humidity, I'm not sure if humidity makes a difference either. Not one that you can perceive. I'm sure it makes a difference, but is it one that you would operationally know at the end of the day, like, damn, it was a human day, and now I had to do, you probably wouldn't notice that.
I feel like to really say that, you'd have to fire the same engine in South Florida and then here in Colorado, which is a very limited chance of that actually happening.
Yes, very much so. Okay,
that would be a very strange road trip.
Before we keep going, apparently we're just going to have to go through top chats in between every question because people are ridiculous. And thank you so much.
People are wonderful.
Hey, look at that Christopher Kovacs. Look at that, our childhood. Welcome to the ES&D Brakeman. You may not know his name, but you've seen his YouTube model train series back in the day. Probably. Colton's Taylor, welcome. Thank you for the super chat. Travis Stone, Happy New Year, crew. You should visit the Little River Railroad if we're in Michigan. That would be neat.
Oh, I would love to see that little Pacific they have there. It is so strangely proportioned and delightful.
It is wonderful. Picked out spokes, too.
Midland 1072 Productions, member for 2 months as an ES&D engineer for Zuma! Yes.
Zuma!
For the Zuma. Montezuma. Yeah. CSX 218, ding ding, how many motor cars have given you a scare at level crossings? All of them. Every single one in existence, I think.
Yeah, I think motor cars, just by their very nature, are terrifying.
Well, I think he's talking about automobiles at the crossing at the museum, and I've had it at the museum. I've had it at Chehalis. I have almost hit cars everywhere that I've operated. We've almost hit a car because people are idiots. So... yeah, my favorite win, though, was when I fired on the Chehalis and Centralia really briefly, the 15 locomotive that should have exploded. We were heading back to town, and there was one private crossing that some dude's driveway where they specifically said, don't blow the whistle there. We know about the train, and the train's very annoying, and it's very loud. It blows right into our house. Don't blow the whistle. We know about the train. And dude got halfway onto the crossing, saw us, and, I mean, we dumped it. Engineer finally got after the whistle super loud. I'd been ringing the bell for the past, 15 seconds of approach. And rather than trying to gun it across, he throws it in reverse, and we missed their hood by like 6 inches. And it was like, all right, time for new pants. Yeah, don't blow the whistle. We know about the train. Yeah, how about you use your eyeballs then, friend? Anyway. Green Ninja, can't believe it's been 3 months already. Look at that. T.I. Daily, member for 1 month of the Firemen. Oh, goodness, it keeps skipping me down as people do things. Hello to the 3/4 idiot crew. Just a couple more hours to go surviving 2022. What is your New Year's resolution that will be mostly broken or forgotten in about a week's time? To make more 101 videos for me. The big, long, scary ones that are a pain to put together. Hopefully I won't forget about that. The Grade Crossings 101 that I've been promising since August is been on the very backest of burners. So, Nick Porter,
Eat less
thank you.
chocolate.
Eat less
Why
chocolate.
would you do that
He
to
says
yourself?
German. Yeah, Leighton, do you have a New Year's resolution that you'd like to get rid of? Buy less model trains?
Wait.
Let's not be hasty here.
Why you got to be saying things like that? I will stop buying model trains and you stop buying guitars. How about that?
Well, I'm waiting on.
Inspired.
I'm wearing my Novo T-shirt, and I'm waiting on my next Novo. So you can definitely continue buying model trains, I guess.
Very good. Very good.
Okay,
Brass trains lay away.
we're
Dangerous thing.
It is. We're never going to get through questions if these top chats keep coming in. Good heavens, we're gonna have to pause from these in a second. Okay, we'll do this last top chat, and then we'll get back to questions. We'll just kind of have to bounce back and forth. I want to respect everybody here. I don't want to just pander to the pay to win. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate it so much, but I don't want to leave everyone hung out to dry too. So, Tyler McGonigal, thank you for the super chat. Question for Professor Hyce. With modern technology, could a new traditional style steam locomotive be made that could rival diesel locomotives in pulling power, efficiency, and maintenance? You can have one of those things, and that is rivaling in pulling power. Most steam locomotives actually outpull most diesel locomotives. Efficiency, I mean, no train is truly efficient, because with a diesel engine, I mean, diesel electric, you're talking about diesel engine that's usually 2-stroke or 4-stroke or whatever. Inefficient diesel engine, then running a giant alternator, which is not an efficient prospect, and then you're doing conversions and have loss through conversions as you rectify or go between AC and DC and everything to ultimately power motors. It's a little bit ridiculous, but steam's even worse. And maintenance-wise, you are never going to get beyond even the CFR requirement. Even if you could come up with a new design or something that didn't need, or the FRA might approve, okay, you can go more than 31 days without a wash or something, the engine's going to get pissed. They get pissed after being up for 30 days. We saw this with 491 at Polar Express. The last day of Polar Express, she blew up a water glass tube. Out of the blue. It had like 40 days of service. They're supposed to make it 92 days, whatever. Who knows if it was a material defect or what, or if maybe it was a little over torqued when it got put in. No one knows, but it just exploded. And it was like the last day of Polar, last day it was running. And all these little things add up, and they get pissed towards the end of their service day or service career. So, yeah, okay, you could make a steam engine. Maybe the FRA would approve, okay, 92 days between services. The engine would say F you and give you the bird before then, long before then. So you're never going to make a steam engine that could do anything remotely like that. So
there's also you still have to maintain it. Once you get to, even if you can meet a time threshold, you still have to take it apart. And by its nature, it is more complicated and more, what's the word? It's the difference between like a machinist on a steam engine and a machinist in a BNSF shop. They're not quite as
parts changers versus people that have to actually make things. Yeah.
Right. They're not quite as modular or as easy to work with. They're not as easily standardized as diesel engines, just kind of by their nature.
Yeah, just by nature. I mean, when you're talking about distance between crank pins for rods and rod brasses, everything is a precise fit that is fitted to that. It is a tailored thing. You cannot tailor a set of rods for an engine. You have to make sure the brasses are set up. You can have the rods or whatever per class, but you have to do the brasses and the crank pins and the crown brasses and all these things specific to the engine and the wear. You could put new ones in every time and have new ones on the shelf, but good God, the expense and time of doing that would be kind of idiotic. So it's one of those things of you can't just plug and play parts and diesels. You can always plug and play parts. So, yeah.
And another major point to that, like one of the great things about diesel engines, it isn't talked enough. If you want to, I don't know what your definition of a traditional steam engine is, but MU capability is not a thing with steam. And that is one of the great things about diesel now is that your power needs can really be, viewed on a modular level. We need more horsepower. Okay, go grab another one. And you can have 5 engines crewed by, if some people have their way, 1 person. As opposed to
0
any
people.
kind of traditional steam engine, even if you were able to, condense the engineer and fireman's job into one thing, which, that's kind of veering away from your traditional definition of a traditional steam engine. You're still having to have 1 crew per engine, and labor is the biggest cost that railroads face, or one of the biggest costs. So, yeah.
Definitely, for sure. Okay,
One of the sad corporate reasons.
We're gonna try and get through a couple pre-asked questions, and then we'll get back to the top chats because they just keep coming in. Thank you so much, everyone. We're just
currently 9 behind.
9 behind. It's fine. It's fine. I only have 11 pages of questions on a Word document that we need to get through as well. So we're gonna try and do our best, ladies and gentlemen. And I really want to be respectful of everybody, and I really do appreciate the top chats, but we're trying to be respectful to everyone too. Okay, Coaster Fan 5363, locomotive baking. Can you make cookies in a locomotive, either in the smoke box or firebox? Probably. The challenge becomes with like actual baked items. Baking is not an art like cooking is. Baking is a science, and when you need oven temp to be oven temp, it's nice to have an oven and not a locomotive where the temp might wander as the fire changes or you open the door or whatever. So possible, yes. Easy to have a good product, probably no. And also, I mean, the amount of comments I've gotten recently on the 2 food videos about, you're not supposed to eat coal carcinogens. It's like, well, there's also that.
lest we forget how certain people maybe didn't like the rib video so much.
Well, it's fine.
They can deal with it. They just won't get any ribs.
They just won't, I guess.
If there was a baked good that you could make work, I would assume it to be cookies.
Cookies would be probably the easiest. People have been like, you should bake a cake, and it's like, that ain't happening. Cake is you're not having any success there. Yeah.
At altitude, cake is hard enough in an oven to get like a proper.
That's very true.
We're not bakers or chefs here. We're railroaders.
Yes, it's very true. Okay. Redline Overload Productions. What brand of work boot do you wear, and why do you like them? And what would you recommend for a work boot to wear on the railroad? We probably all have 3 different opinions on this. My honest answer is I am still rocking my free pair of boots that I got from my last job at Sound Transit. And I actually still have pairs from BNSF because BNSF would buy our boots every year. Sound Transit would buy them every 2 years, and they're holding up. But I've got experience with the Justin brands and the Chippewa brands because that's what. Fun fact: BNSF is owned by Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway, and so is Justin Boot Company. So they had one of those, and so they could get boots pretty much for free or for cost or whatever. So it looked like that you were getting a good deal on boots, but really you were just getting them for free from your cousin Warren. So whatever. I didn't mind the Justins and the Chippewas, although they weren't quite as robust as some. The pair that I've been wearing these days are Carolinas, and they took an absolute century to break in. I mean, I walked 50 miles of light rail alignment in those boots, and they still weren't broken in. They weren't broken in until like a month in at the museum when I had, a 1,000,000 steps, all sorts of stuff. But they're really comfy, and they seem to be holding up really well. So definitely, if you can suffer through the break-in period, the Carolina loggers are pretty nice. I don't know if you guys have opinions on that.
I've got a pair. My first pair of steel toes was a pair of Keens. I really liked those, but the waterproofing didn't last that long. And they kind of just wore out. Then I had a pair of golden retrievers for a while.
I had those too.
That were water style boots.
Those were okay.
Yeah. They were just way too heavy. And I don't think I ever really wore them enough to break them in. And I broke down and got another pair of Keens that are just a lot more comfortable, and I can stand being in all day.
Yeah, there's definitely two
I wear
flavors
Keens,
of boot: the people who like the super heavy, and then the people who don't. And I'm more on the super heavy, and Leighton's more on the lightweight side.
Yeah, lightweight still being heavier than any boot that most
shoe.
people
Yeah.
own.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brett. Go ahead.
It's still a steel-toed boot. Oh no, I wear Keens as well. They're cheap. They're available on Amazon. Mine have lasted through like 3 pairs of laces and God knows how many years, and they're utterly destroyed, but they're still hanging in there. So
Well, there you go. Okay, Steamer
You want my
Railfan
opinion?
Productions. Sorry, is that Mickley?
Yes. Do you want my opinion on boots?
Sure. I mean, you don't work on the railroad, but we'll still take your opinion, I guess.
you like Gucci?
I had a pair of 511s that I trudged with through mud and rain and water and all sorts of nasty things. And I know it's not railroad, but they held up really well.
511 makes pretty solid gear.
They were
what I've
alloy
seen.
toe.
So
The alloy toe was real nice for what I was using it for, which was a lot of going around hiking style things, but also being enough to not hurt my feet if something fell on it.
well, there you go. I don't know if I'd trust that with a main rod falling on it, but details.
I mean, because you really trust a steel toe to a main rod falling on it.
346 is main rod, yeah.
Moral of our story: don't drop main rods on yourself.
That's true.
That's just like the first thing
course
here
it
is
is.
don't put your foot in the path of a main rod.
Yeah. I don't think... I'm trying to think of what the heaviest thing I've dropped on my steel-toed boot is, and it's probably a large wrench. But
I've left plenty of things to sit on the toe of the boot. I haven't dropped them, but they've
Yeah.
just rested there.
definitely you had
stuff
stuff sit on it, yeah. Okay, anyways. Steamer Railfan Productions asks, how does the fireman balance the water and fire when operating a locomotive? And the answer is, it depends. Depends entirely on what you're doing. The water level is most critical first and foremost. You don't care about the water. You care about the water because the fire is not going to make you blow up. Lack of water is going to make you blow up. So you need to carry enough water for the grade. And then you make sure you have that. And then you build the fire to accommodate. So when you put cold water in the boiler through the live steam injector, you're putting a cold slug of water in, and the temperature and pressure inside of a boiler are linked. So if you decrease the temperature, you're decreasing the pressure. So some people think when you're running the injector that you're using that steam and that's why the pressure comes down. No, you're actually cooling the boiler by changing the temperature, and because of thermodynamics, boom, the pressure comes down too. So you need to have a fire that corresponds to that input to make sure you can keep the pressure about the same. So if you're putting around with not much train, you probably don't need much of a fire. If you're running tonnage up Cumbres and you've got one gun wide open, maybe the second one's coming on, you better have Hell's Inferno in there, and you just kind of have to manage the fire to keep the pressure up, but the water level is the most critical thing, and you just fire to that.
Demand as well. If you're
True.
puttering around the museum, not only, maybe your secondary goal to keeping the train moving is keeping off of the safety or something, so you'd rather see a little bit of a drop and you fire to that rather than I need to be on the peg if you're an upgrade.
Very true. Very true. With coal fire, you can't take the fire back out. Once the fire's in, it's in, and it has to be burned off, as Leighton can explain with choosing violence. Hey, drop the bar in the corner, please, sir. Yeah, sure, we could do that.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah. I try to personally, like when I'm firing, I try to remain 5 pounds. Like my target is 5 pounds below our safety. So, like Brad said, people like to be right on the needle. I am not one of those people, and especially with 491, since she's gotten new rings and she's had all the work done to her. We all have a hard time keeping her shut up, and especially with how little water she uses now. Okay, some of us have a harder time than others, Brad. Yeah, so the choosing violence comes in a matter of, oh God, I've done a terrible thing. We need to use more steam now. Please dump it in the corner, put it on the train, drag it up the hill, and put on a show. Or it's just fun to do for shit and giggles.
Well,
but
true.
it largely also does come from a place of, I chose poorly.
I chose too much coal. Yeah, it can be a challenge for us because we don't have any consistency. That's the biggest thing that we experience when other railroaders come to railroad at the museum, is they assume that it's just a circle of track and it's going to be easy. but it's a constant change. Out on the road, you can kind of get, okay, I'm set. I've got 2 miles of this grade, or I've got 5 miles, or 15 miles of 4%. You know, okay, yes, you're going to have to make some little changes as you go through curves or as the engine bogs down or whatever. But by and large, you can sit for a minute and it won't really matter if you don't do anything. You have maybe 15 seconds between transitions at the museum on the scoop or on the throttle. And so we can't run quite up against the pops, because if you're right up against the pops on the hill, you shut off and then, okay, well now I've just got all this steam and nothing to use it. So you can try and balance that with the water a little bit. And on the little engines, you can keep them right at one pressure the whole way around if you've really got it figured out. And that's like one of the most badass feelings in the world. But it's a lot of work and a lot of trouble to go through to try and keep it to that window when it really doesn't matter. And it's really easy to just keep it within like 5 pounds. So why bother? Unless you're me and you're bored, and the way you keep yourself sane while going around in circles is trying to challenge yourself to be perfect. So
The look of the scenery as you go by. Come on.
yeah, the scenery. Look, there's the Pikes Peak engine again.
We rapidly
There's a
approaching
field
the
we lit
point
on
of-
fire. Oh, look, there's a field on fire.
We're rapidly approaching the point of return on the jets.
Oh Christ. Okay.
Lightning round.
Lightning round. All right, here we go. Let's see.
I believe we left off at Destin.
I left my chat scrolled right there. Destin TLE, 6 months as a conductor. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. It's great to see the 3/4 idiots together in one stream. Look at us. What is the current status of 346's restoration? Back burner. We haven't touched it in months. She still has 30-ish flues cut out and many more to go. It'll be a thing for the new year. If we have, she's just, we had 20 out of
Polar
service.
sucked.
We had 491. We had all this stuff, and then events. Next year.
Yeah.
All right. Spagel Smagel. Oh my goodness, that's a huge donation. Thank you, and good to see you. Spagel's been out to the museum a couple times. Happy New Year, Mark. I hope your year goes well, as your channel was one of the most entertaining channels this year, and it was a pleasure meeting you, Leighton, Brett, and of course Eric. Also, I can now say that the C&T is better than the DNS. Fight me. Ooh. I don't know. I mean, I won't fight you because I love both of those railroads, and I love them both for different reasons. I can't pick between the two of them, and I've got friends that work for both of them, and I can't pick, but I think anyone choosing one over the other, there's a reason, and you connect with it for a reason, and you like it for that reason, and I'm not going to fight you on it because it's probably valid. They're both really cool. Frederick Grassick, howdy everyone. Happy early New Year's. ESD Brakeman for 1 month. And William Grantham upgraded their membership to ESD Engineer. Why, thank you. There's going to be a new video coming out hopefully tomorrow for firemen and engineers, by the way. It had a little bit of render trouble the first time through, so we had to delay it a little bit.
Really around that point in chat is when the museum YouTube channel popped in. Is going to be a big train tour day.
Oh, well, how about that?
Cool.
Hi, Matt. And
It's been a while since I saw them in chat, but hopefully they're still here.
sometimes he's here in both his personal and on the museum account. He must be doing lightning round and logins. All right, Blue Jacket Warrior, another big donation. Thank you. The RGS, aka the little railroad that couldn't. Why was it always so crap? Was it revenue solely reliant on the silver, or was it just inevitable? A little bit, yes. Yeah, once the silver panic in the 1890s happened, like all of the money that was there suddenly went poof, and then they were just the people with no money and no nothing that somehow just was a cockroach that continued to run for 60 more years.
Imagine playing Railroad Tycoon and you're just barely making a profit, but your pride has told you, no, I will not restart this. I will do this now.
That's
And-
so gradual.
You've got like you're just
Unless you're R20, then it's a much faster.
yeah, well, you're just barely making the payments on the 15 bonds you have, and by the time you finally pay one off, you have to take out another one, and that's only the time that your credit finally came above like a D. Yeah.
Don't at me like that.
Evil me 420 randomly found you this month. Love the channel. Well, thank you for the super chat. To Very Big Boyd, I'm back. He's back. Christopher Kovacs noticed Brett's who the fuck is Chris Kovacs look. If you see any Greg Scholl's recent DNRGW videos now, he narrates those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know the name. I couldn't place it
yeah.
because there are so many names in this industry.
Yes.
I apologize. I like your narration. It's good.
Yes. Yeah.
Can you please do? Who was it that did the video?
I don't know.
Can you please do their narration instead? Because every time I watch the YouTube video, it makes me want to kill myself. It's so depressing.
Yikes. 4 doors, more, okay, whatever. I'm not sure I understand the rest of your name. Shays are better. I mean, thank you for the super chat, but I will fight you on that. Cowboy Civ, hello, Hyce, happy New Year. Thank you. Brakeman for 7 months. William Fleet, happy New Year from New Zealand. You beat us to it. Magic that. ASD Brakeman for 6 months as well. Hard Slider 29. Hey, Hyce, have I ever checked out the main 2-foot gauge railroads? No, I haven't, but Brett has, I believe.
They're very small and very cool.
Even more so on the standard gauge man in a narrow gauge world.
God, I did fit in cab of. I can't remember what it was. I think it was 9. On
Did you
WW9.
fit in the cab, or were you in the cab?
I was put into the cab with a large shoehorn-looking device.
I was gonna say.
Also,
I wear
They're
a
number
size
7
9
actually.
cab. Yeah.
Their number 7 actually is reasonably sized. I think the cab is comparable to 346 in terms of like actual room for people in the cab.
That's the funny thing about the 2-foot is that the people were still vaguely the same amount of small back in the day, but the choo-choos just get smaller. So you got this itty bitty little boiler and cab. So it's still, yeah, very good.
Very cool though.
A ship crafter, Brakeman for 2 months. You're 3D printing the Silver Vista train car right now. That's cool. The very
Awesome.
big Boyd, do mac and cheese, possibly smoked mac and cheese. We'd want to do that during fire up so that we don't die, but that'd be nice. And one more, just because Jersey wants me to read one more super chat. You're going to make me read this, Jersey? Really? Hey,
Right,
Baba Booey, Camelback Supremacy, Baba Booey. Okay, that's the end of the stream. Thanks, Jersey. You ruined it for everyone.
Just above
Also, can we stop for a mic check? Because apparently both Brett and I, according to the chat, we are having some audio issues.
It looks like
Yeah,
it. Yeah, Brett, you might want to lower your voice activity setting, and Leighton, you might want to lower your gain a smidge.
For them that are on the listening end of this, does mine sound better because I just changed some stuff?
I mean, I'm on the listening end. It sounds better. And you guys aren't clipping in my program, so it would have been clipping on your end, if anything.
Okay.
You did miss someone joining Brakeman
Oh, did I? Where was that one?
above.
Oh,
Jersey.
yeah, Isaiah Dickinson. Welcome to the ES&D Brakeman. Okay, back to the pre-asked questions, because we'll get through some of those. Then I guess we'll probably take some live questions, presuming any have come in other than the super chat ones. But
I have a handful.
okay, let's do a couple of these. Let's see. Thomas Dogcat has a couple questions. You've got a real love for steam trains and their history, and I've taught you a lot. Glad. You'd love to do what you do. It seems like a dream job. Any tips? There are very few jobs, like true jobs in this industry. You'll note that my friends on this call who would love to do these things too do not work in this industry. They volunteer in this industry, as do many. Anymore. Yeah, Brett did used to do it. And I'm sure Leighton would have if there was an opportunity, but there was not really. So
Yeah, it largely depends upon your lifestyle and do you like money?
yes.
Do you like to eat? Do you like to live indoors?
Yeah, it's true. The
Yes.
preservation industry, there are jobs that you can have that are sustainable and you can live off of them. You're not going to be going out to fancy restaurants, or you probably won't want to live with a car payment, but they definitely have, they do exist, and I have one of them. You know, obviously I'm helped supplanted by you guys being wonderful on YouTube and the little ad revenue that I do get as well on the side there. So it's definitely something where you may want to have a side gig, or if you've got a significant other or someone who can help with that. If you've got the means to do it, there are some jobs in that space, but the best way to get involved and learn things is just start volunteering, because you're not liable to get one of the paid positions unless you know some things, and knowing things is not really just books. There's a lot of great stuff you can learn in books, but until you've spun a wrench on the engine, you're really not going to have that same understanding and appreciation and be able to do it. So definitely go out and volunteer and go do that. So
This 100%.
yeah.
Yeah, and also even if you have read the books, don't act like you know everything, because that makes you the kind of people that we don't let around the cool stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what kind of train this is?
You want to go die in the hole?
Yes, this pains the Hyce greatly. Yeah. We've run into folks like that, and it can be very impressive and very helpful to have a lot of the book knowledge and the historical knowledge and those things in this industry. Don't get me wrong, we're not going to bash that. But when you come in saying, I know everything, I know all these things, I'm researched, I am a learned man.
I know better than you.
And then you don't know how to do anything on the engine, you're not going to be able to progress because you have ruined yourself in the social order already. That knowledge may be very helpful and it may help you in that path, but it's not going to help you as much as learning to spin wrenches and do the thing for real. Thomas Dogcat's second questions kind of piggyback off of this. Where do we work? How do we end up working there, repairing them, all that stuff? How do you get there? I started volunteering at the Colorado Railroad Museum almost 9 years ago precisely. January 11th is my anniversary. Started volunteering. They hired me part-time as a contractor because they didn't want me to go home over the summer in 2015-ish. Did that for a couple years. Offered me the job back, and I said, sure, I could use a giant pay cut to go play with trains. That sounds fun. And here we are. And it's very fun, and I'm very happy about it every day. But it's definitely one of those things that you just got to do it. Come show up, get dirty, do the dirty work, come humble, come with an open ear, be ready to learn, be ready to do whatever, and know that everyone has to go through the crappy jobs first. Everyone got sent into the firebox for a week, or the pit, or the smoke box, or the whatever. It's almost like a weed out kind of thing, but you put that work in, you do that, you show that you're committed, show that you're ready to learn, you want to be a part of this thing. You'll learn, you'll move up, you'll get to do the things around the shop, around the engine, whatever you want to do if you put in the time and the organization's set up and everything like that. So that's the way to start.
It also helps, just also compounding off of that, we're all college boys here. But if you have existing trade skills, machining, carpentry, electrical, that kind of stuff, that will put you in a very good place.
Yeah. To those of you, I don't know if we got a question about this because I haven't had a chance to read them all. A lot of people say, what do I go to college for steam engines for? And I would say, don't go to college. If you truly want to work on steam engines, go to trade school. Learn to weld. Learn to machine. That will put you
Machining is the
light
one,
years past anything. One of those two. Yeah, machining is definitely the most important one, I think, or the most common one. But being a really good welder and like a code certified boiler welder and stuff, there's few of those dudes around, and that will put you in short supply for, oh yeah, I know how to weld on a pressure vessel and I can do it safely and I'm certified. You're not going to be hurting for work if you go down that path. But if you go down the college path, you're going to end up with probably $100,000 in debt, or find a way to pay for, or whatever, and a degree that may be tangentially helpful. I appreciate my mechanical engineering degree, and it definitely informs a lot of my decisions and things that I do, but I didn't really need it. So, yeah.
Both of us were paid, and I think maybe not the pinnacle of helpfulness, but we were both, doing our time, doing our thing at the museum long before either of us had degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a sophomore and was paid help, And
I was a sophomore too.
Hey!
Matt very much wants y'all to know that particular impression of the know-it-all kid was very good.
I'm glad. You don't gotta train this. Yeah. Turns out we are unfortunately very good at our Polar Express isms. And unfortunately for me, I got an email this morning saying that Warner Brothers permanently blocked. They did not accept my challenge to the copyright claim on the Hyce Reacts to Polar Express. So maybe I'll post it in Discord for you guys to enjoy someday, but it can't be on YouTube. Single tier. Okay, one more pre-asked question, then we'll do some of the live questions, and then we'll get back to top chats because I'm sure that's a thing.
They're 7 behind.
Okay, well, hey, that's better than last time.
We're gaining.
Okay.
We're catching up.
You're behind us.
Captain, what's got you in such a fine mood? We're catching up. Anyway, I'll be here all week. Bear asks, not sure if I've heard this whistle, but the Cass Scenic Railroad has a Southern bootleg hoot whistle on one of their engines. It's about an octave lower than a Norfolk and Western hooter. Jesus. But sometimes it'll hit an off note that's very shrill. What causes it to go shrill? I want to go find this footage now. Oh man, can I go find this footage real quick? Oh man.
How long is it going to take you?
Maybe a small amount of time. Read a question for the boys while I go a live question, and I'll see if I can go find footage because I know what causes this. I have proof.
All right.
We're the
gotta
boys
go
now.
on
We take
whistles.
ping pong paddles in lieu of pay.
First question here from another person named Brett. It says, have you had any pee in the cup moments at the museum?
Leighton has.
The unfortunate thing about a lot of the pee in the cup stuff is it's not stuff that you really hide, but it's generally not stuff that you talk about online just because the people that are involved and the mistakes that are involved are still so real. There are some funny ones we can talk about, though. Leighton's being one of them.
Yes.
But rule one, don't tell dad.
Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunately, when it gets caught on video, it's a bit harder not to tell dad. But so my pee in a cup story, which has been discussed a few times on the channel, is also a great, learning moment story in that I took a 9-ton Plymouth off-roading. Don't recommend it. It does not have the suspension travel for it. Basically what happened is we were moving 346 around and previous people had tried to gaslight me into telling me I did not know how to do something. And I got mad, I got in my head, and I forgot what a clutch was. And in the process of forgetting what a clutch was, train went going, off turntable, into dirt, gone. So what I try to, that is definitely a pee in a cup moment. That's definitely a big stupid. But take that as a learning experience of you're still operating heavy equipment. Don't get lost in your emotions. Don't get lost in your head, which a lot of mistakes happen that way.
Very, very true. I mean, we talk about complacency in the Strasbourg incident and all those things, and that's what a lot of those incidents can be boiled down to is, yes, we're at the museum and we're playing with a half-mile circle of track and we joke around and we're idiots and we'll tell you that. But any of this equipment will still kill you if you look at it funny and don't pay attention to it without any remorse for you. So it's one of those things of
you are squishy.
You are squishy, and Choo Choo weighs 150 tons, and she is not squishy, and she will gladly make you go very squish. So,
for those who know, Beehive Squishy.
Beehive Squishy, yes. The memes chat, the meme Mageddon of 2022.
I'm trying to think of other pee in a cup moments that we've had, and
there's
not
honestly
others
that
come
many.
to mind.
Yeah.
There was one where a brakeman, I don't really think it was at fault of his own, again, took Pee-wee off-roading just because the track across the parking lot was so filled with dirt, it derailed and just kind of kept going, and they didn't realize it until it's like, oh, the track's over there.
So that's not really a pee in it. I mean, you would, if you were on the railroad, you would have to pee in the cup.
You would.
Yeah, it's a derailment, but that wasn't like somebody did something stupid. It was, I probably should have cleared the flangeways out, but no harm, no foul on that one. I don't know. Mark, do you have any that you can think of?
None other than the one Leighton had. I honestly don't know if I've had a genuine pee in a cup moment. I suppose the fish belly flat derailing and re-railing itself, supposedly, according to some people, despite there being not much proof. I would technically, if it did go on the ground, I would still have to pee in a cup. But yeah, that's a whole thing. I don't know
that one went on the ground. I think the problem was it was on the track, then it was in the air, then it was on the track again.
Oh, okay. That's a little silly. So unfortunately, I'm now very sad because I'm pretty sure that the footage that I had for the whistle question was the one I accidentally lost like 3 or 4 clips in a bit of a cleanup effort, and then accidentally deleted some stuff, and I think that's where this ended up, which is a bummer because it was so cool. So we're gonna have to just film 491's 3 chime again. But I know the shrill, the squeak is usually caused by a languid plate gap that's too large, letting too much steam in too quickly. And so you have a huge volume of steam that hits the whistle and it saturates the bell. And before it can rush out, the velocity of steam incoming is so great that it wedges the steam in there. And rather than letting steam out and produce a pitch with that frequency, it just shoots off to the side and goes... And I have I took somewhere originally I had footage of 491's 3 chime that she's wearing, the DNR GW3, where when you get after it, it squeaks real bad, and the languid gap is bigger at that chime, and you can watch the steam shoot off at a 45 out the side with a pocket of steam stuck in the chime, and as soon as it finishes squeaking, it goes shook, and the steam goes straight up again. And it was like, we proved it! This is the coolest stuff I've ever seen! And apparently I deleted the file, so. Anyways, sorry about that, folks. But yeah, that answers Bear's question at least.
You'll just have to keep watching the channel to see that at some point.
You'll just
in the
have to
future.
watch it in the future when we film it again. Cries.
I've got 2 quick ones.
Okay.
And then I think we need to move to super chats before they scroll away.
Okay.
If you want to scroll up now, I believe we left off at Colton's Taylor.
Colton's Taylor.
$10. Okay.
Yes.
A lot of people were talking about in chat something about Goose number 7 and if it's still at the museum.
Yeah.
It's still there?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
going to be
alright.
running once or twice a month on Tuesdays next year. We're going to be doing another video about it.
Awesome.
Because Al Blount, father of the goose, our 85-year-old conductor at the museum, who is like the most houred volunteer ever, finally
let's go,
found my
Broncos.
YouTube channel, and he does not know how to post comments, so he would just walk up to me and give me his comment orally. Like, and I wouldn't know what video he was talking about. He would just start talking about something and be like, oh yeah, the bench seat in the doghouse is out of a 1933 Model A. And I was like, right, that video is 5 months ago, but Al found it and watched it. Okay, that's what that is. And so he watched the one on the goose, and he was like, why didn't you interview me for that? Why didn't you run it? And I was like, well, you weren't there that day. It was okay, we'll do another one, Al. We'll interview you. So we'll get Father Goose. We'll talk about Goose. We will run the goose. It'll be on the channel next year.
Yay.
Wow.
And then the last lightning round from chat. I'm expanding on this particular question. Do any of you speak other languages? The question was specifically German, but
Ja.
Ja, aber mein Deutsch ist super schlecht.
Yes, what he said. Brett speaks a wee bit of German, enough that it makes us giggle. And all of the German tourists still just show up when I'm here and he's not, which is frustrating.
Stiel?
Still in the US of A? Yeah. Too many stories. Yo hablo un poco de español, pero hace 10 años que estuve en una clase de español y solo recuerdo un poco. So, there you go.
that was pretty good.
That's pretty good. My dad has a girlfriend who's from Venezuela, if I recall. I can't remember top of my head. And we had dinner with her when I was back home. And she knows enough English, but she's still like primary Spanish. And I was struggling, so it's definitely been 10 years. Yeah.
I have an aunt that's fluent in Latin.
That's fun. How very Anglican.
Why does
of
that
you.
not surprise me?
She's also fluent in German, French, and I think passable Italian.
My mom got her.
Hey,
I can speak Italian.
It's a pie.
There goes the funding. Sorry, Italy, we love you. My mom got her degree in Slavic languages and is fluent in 9 languages, and that's just hilarious. One of my favorite moments. Okay, we're sidebarring for a second just for story time. Do I have time to tell a story? Sorry.
Yes, you do. It's your channel.
It's
You
true.
have
It's
4
true.
more hours of this.
So I'm in Croatia. We're in Dubrovnik trying to get a rental car. And it's me, my mom, and my sister. And my mom and I are there at the agency. And they're very nice. They're speaking perfect English and everything. But they start muttering to each other in Croatian. And my mom just leans down to me because she understands it all. And you know, we just look American, right? She's blonde and whatever. It's like, okay, yeah, looks like an American tourist. She just leans down to me and goes, they don't have any more automatic transmission cars and they're worried about it because we're Americans. And it's like, oh, okay. And so I pick up on it and they're like, Americano, no automatica. And it's like, oh, I can understand that. And about, you know, she lets them stew for about 15 minutes and they're talking about, oh, they're not sure where the reservation was, trying to like figure out how to get a car or something. And finally, after 15 minutes in perfect Croatian, she just goes, it's okay. He knows how to drive stick. We'll take whatever you got. And they're like, oh, thank God. And then, of course, we get our car and the license plate had 346 in it because, of course, it did. Because that's just what happens. Those numbers.
346-7.
Yeah, -7. Yeah. Anyway, story time over. Back to the super chats. Colton's Taylor, thank you for the super chat. Controversial take, but you think the K27s look nicer and more proportional than the K37, but you guess you're in the minority. We will hunt you down and beat you to death with a skull coop. A skull coop? A coal scoop.
Skull coop.
The skull coop.
We're gonna make it a skull coop.
I've got a whole coop full of skulls. It's brutal.
Hey, I want remakes of this in the Discord. I need that as an emote.
This? Yeah. All right. I've incriminated myself. I'm sure someone print screened that fast.
Yeah. I wanted to say on the K27 comment, I do agree they're very well proportioned.
Yeah. No, we
very well proportioned. However, the trailing trucks are cursed.
Yes. No.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner.
Yes.
Why?
The trailing truck on the K27 is somehow even worse than the trailing truck on the K37, which is hilarious because the K37 trailing truck is a catastrophe. But I know I can take people like in the 27 or the 37. They have nice proportions. The 37, to quote another German tourist who may or may not be watching, hello, but 491 is chunk. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. The big Ks, they're beef. I mean, they are just brick wall. Yeah. Definitely not everyone's cup of tea. So it's 4 doors more hose. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you for the super chat. I guess that's true. If you got 4 doors, you can fit more hose in. Okay. Hardy Hat, welcome to the ES&D Fireman. Thank you. There's only one video out for Fireman so far, but if you haven't seen the conductor stuff, you can see all the conductor stuff. And there's going to be a new video coming out, edited by Nick, so the color correction's very nice. Coming out hopefully later today. So.
Nick did just join the chat.
Oh, is he in here?
Yeah, he's in here.
Hi, Nick.
Hello.
Hey, look at that.
You're editing kitty cat. Hello.
We got the whole team here. Wonderful.
Woo! Good to be here. I will confess, the thing that brought me into the chat is I heard this K27, K37 debate, and I thought to myself, there needs to be some East Coast representation here. So I'm going to make a case that East Broad Top number 12 is the best proportioned Mikado of all time, and leave it at that.
The broad top engines are
for broad.
B is for broad. Well, Nick.
Well,
If Lynn Modinger is watching this video, hi Lynn.
Hi Lynn.
We love you, and it's just for fun that we try to do your accent. We promise. Yeah, B is for broad. The broad top engines they're a different aesthetic. They're a very different aesthetic than the grand stuff, but they are very pretty. So I can live with a take of someone enjoying the 12 for sure.
Although that being said, I do want to see a K37 with like 3 dozen East Broad Top hoppers behind it. That is a dream.
Yes, that would be
like,
coal drag with yes.
Yeah.
See, I'm an absolute psychopath where my favorite Mikados are the 2K27s that went to Mexico and got converted to standard gauge.
You can be muted now.
Wrong. Incorrect.
You can be muted. Goodbye. Bye, Wings. Thank you for stopping by.
Oh, Berman Run's breaking up.
Berman runs over that comment.
This is our Yoko Ono moment over the NDM.
Over the NDM. The NDM, that's a vibe. They are just a different vibe. The K27s are an extra... You're
they're an abomination. You can say it. They're an abomination.
They are an abomination. Okay.
You are about to lose the super chats, though.
Okay, I'm working. We gotta keep going. Joshua Knight. I found the real life Polar Express whistle, handy dandy railroad number 9040 switcher with a rare Southern Railway 5-chime steam whistle. Well, that's neat. That actual whistle is a very pretty 5-chime. So, the Beeman. Can a short line conductor, track inspector, trackman, etc. come work for the Colorado Railroad Museum? We don't have any jobs open other than volunteer or special event coordinator, I think. Oh, and librarian. So your skills are probably not germane to those positions, but I mean, you're welcome to apply.
Yeah, if you want to be volunteer though, and if you're not on oxygen, you're welcome.
Yeah, it's true. If you want to come volunteer, by all means, there's no paid track crew.
Hyce, did you get jerseys and I missed it?
Did I get jerseys at the? Oh, God, no, I did skip over Jersey. Sorry, baby. Sorry, Jersey. Screw gambling for an amp. I want to gamble for an HON 3K27. My man, I can live with that. RC, member for 6 months as the conductors. Sup, Hyce, can't join the stream today, but you wanted to pop in, wish everyone a Happy New Year. Well, thank you. Isaiah Dickinson, thank you for the super chat and the big thumbs up. Burner Hines, I'm not sure what currency that is. Interesting. Do you know anything about the Swiss Locomotive and Machine Works choo-choos, SLM? I don't know what those are off the top of my head. If I had to guess, if someone's talking about Swiss choo-choos, my head always goes to the crazy dual adhesion rack choo-choos with all of the crazy valve gear, which isn't crazy. It's just a lot of rods, and you're like, ugh! Which hopefully I can come see sometime. That'd be fun.
Are those the new ones that Jimmy mentioned a while ago, Leighton?
Or which one's which? Oh, that Jimmy. I was thinking Jimmy.
No, Jimmy, our friend from the
Dusty's
COG.
friend Jimmy.
Yeah,
from
Jimmy,
the
the friend from the COG. I know those are different ones. I don't because the ones the dual adhesion whatever ones, those are just their own world of what the hell is this, man?
No, the SLM ones. Are those
SLM.
the new builds that?
Oh, that might be. I'm not sure. I believe there is a Jimmy from the COG.
Jimmy
in
from
chat,
the COG in the
and
chat
he
will
knows
probably
tournament.
answer this, and we'll probably get to his chat answer in approximately 2 hours. So hopefully we'll get there.
If I see it, I'll note it down.
Thank
but
you.
I don't know his username.
It is. I think it's just James, or it's Jeep Fan or James Patterson.
James Patterson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ezekiel.
Quick one before you. Sorry, Hyce, before you keep going. Some Colorado Railroad Museum was in the chat and mentioned that your last event manager started out as a volunteer.
That's true. She did.
And I'll chime in that with the Friends of the East Broad Top, which is the nonprofit that helps the foundation with the East Broad Top. One of their best track guys is also a friar. So, like priest friar.
I was gonna
so,
say not one that
like,
gets deep fried.
Not deep fried friar. So yeah, the skill sets that people bring and the sort of unusual combinations of that can be quite astounding.
It's true.
The question is, can you celebrate the Eucharist with a ballast fork? This is what I want to see.
I imagine you can find a way.
Some of those words.
But it's possible.
Yeah, that's definitely a whole conversation to be had about preservation at some point, is the unique backgrounds that folks have. Because I believe a very good friend of ours who's CMO for the Durango and Silverton, I'm pretty sure his degree is in technical theater. And here he is.
Yeah. Can confirm it is technical theater.
CMO of the Durango and Silverton. There you go. Randy, if you're watching, hi. Anyways. Ezekiel034 gifting 10 Hyce memberships because we just need to ruin the economy. Thank you, sir. I genuinely never know what to say to the generosity from you folks. And speaking of the generosity from John Deerboy, thank you so much. Happy New Year, Hyce. I hope 2023 brings even more success and growth than 2022 has. Best of luck going forward. And also hello to the other half of the 3/4 of an idiot. There they are. Hopefully so. It's 2022's been a fun ride. I talk about it tonight on the video that premieres at 11:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We're doing a top 10 moments for me of the year. A couple honorable mentions in there as well, all over stuff, and some unreleased footage, I might add. So if you watch that premiere, it'll get you live to midnight Colorado time with the Explodey Boys as well. But I talked about it. I started YouTube in 2021, kind of seriously, late 2021, and then the channel sort of kind of kicked into a gear in January 2022, and I got like partnered or whatever, monetized in late February, and it was like, oh, well, this is an exciting thing. And now this is a job now, basically. It's kind of amazing, and the community that's come around it has been just incredible. So I'm very happy for the ride, and happy and excited to see what comes in 2023, particularly with Nick on board. We've got some fun plans. So anyway.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Mark,
Hey,
I distinctly remember talking to you in like March and asking you, man, do you think you could do the YouTube like as a job? And you were like, yeah, no way that's going to happen, but we'll see.
And here I am, moved across country, doing it as a job. Texas Hot Rail, conductor for 2 months. Please keep up the incredible work. You guys are amazing. Cheers, mate. We will do. Chris Kelling, Happy New Year. Hope you have a great 2023 ES&D conductor for 7 months. Thank you. Kevin O, fireman, member for 6 months. Nice to hear from you all. Looking forward to see what comes next year. Cheers. Bandans for Bandan. That's your coworker, Brett. Gifted 10 Hyce memberships. Thank you. He's the one.
Hey, Dan.
He's the one who wrote the anthem of the ES&D, which since I've rearranged my office, is around here somewhere. It was on top of my amp stack, but I'm not entirely certain where it's run off to. I still have the printout. Let's see. Oh man, I'm just now getting to comments about skull coops. We are behind, ladies and gents. Tyler McGonigal, super chat, thank you. In y'all's opinion, which country had the best steam locomotives not in North America, and why? We'll let Leighton field that. And I'm gonna go run and use the restroom, so I'm just gonna let Leighton field that for now, and I'll be right back.
You just said no comment.
No, I said Wales.
Oh.
That's yeah. No, Wales.
You guys have the
Wales
floor. I'll be right back.
Great Western Railway in Wales, Cambrian Railways. Beautiful bullshit. We love it.
Should I continue reading?
What was the question? Sorry.
A country with the best steam locomotives outside of North America.
Yeah, UK, hands down.
I said Wales specifically though, because
No.
you and the Stanier crowd over there, just
say the UK. Wales isn't a. I have to be careful here. I don't think
Wales is definitely a country.
Well, but the UK is the proper,
Yes, it is. It
just say the
has
UK and it's all encompassing, because you like the Scottish choo-choos too. All your Cali stuff isn't in Wales.
Yeah.
I'm going to make the case that without England, you don't have a steam locomotive. Well, without Scotland, you don't have the steam engine. Then without England, you don't have the steam locomotive.
Without the UK, just say the whole thing.
Yeah, and I love the narrow gauge, but if you had to narrow it down even further within the UK, it's got to be England just by default.
I'm going to give an honor.
I will give a shout out to the French. I think the French had some really attractive.
I was
designs.
just about to say the French.
Yeah, Andre Champollion built some wild shit at the end of the day.
Hey, the French might win the most like batshit crazy stuff. Someone sent me that like absurd quadruple Garrett thing with way too many drivers the other day, and I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
Don't forget about the 6-cylinder 212 either.
Just why?
What?
What?
Dusty asks if us two whales are from England.
That's how that jokes go.
He's calling me fat. Not wrong, but no.
It's okay. We'll call Dusty fat right back. Boom.
Also, shout out to Argentina as well, because Livio Dante Porta wrote the book on modern steam efficiency.
Yeah,
that's true. It's very true. Okay, I'm sure that you guys had much more intelligent conversation about foreign locomotives than I ever could have, because I'm like...
Intelligent is generous.
Well,
but...
informed,
I
perhaps.
could have just been telling him he was wrong, but...
Because my one answer would be like, the 3801 in Australia is very pretty. I think that's very neat. And British stuff is just so different looking than what I'm used to. It's very pretty, but it's just so different. And British Polar Express is wrong. That's the one take I have.
Cursed.
Yeah. Oh, what, that GWR? I forget what class it is, but the one with the headlamp and whatnot.
Yeah,
that was awesome. That was weird.
It's awesome, but awful at the same time. Okay.
We are very far behind on Super Chats.
I know. I'm trying to get through them. CNO E8.
Lightning round again.
All right, we're gonna try and speed round these. Class A T Boiler Shea is better than a K37. Ban him. Ban him. Corey Gibson.
No, I'd like to point out a counter argument to that.
Ban Leighton too.
No. Hear me out. It would make a much better desk ornament.
That's true. Corey Gibson, super chat. Thank you. What's your favorite engine livery? You have a soft spot for the chassis system. I have a soft spot for the Southern Pacific Daylight because that's what I grew up seeing, and it took me like almost 10 years to see it in the Daylight scheme. I've seen the Daylight in all 3 paints that it's worn, basically. It wasn't true War Baby, but I saw it black in BNSF the first time. So, anyway. Tronjet66, favorite geared locomotive. Also, happy New Year's Eve. ES&D conductor for a month. Favorite geared locomotive? I like the Heisler. The Heisler is the one that seems to make the most sense to me. And
Heisler,
not because of the name pun, and the name pun is not even the thing. I saw Brett's face as soon as I said that. Get out. Shays are unbalanced weight and motion, and it's stupid, and U joints around curves, not that stupid. Climaxes do this, so stupid. And Heislers also do that. Oh, I've knocked my cardboard off the window with my jumpy uppy downy. That's very exciting.
You geared engine too hard.
Sorry, I was trying to be accurate to the climax. Heisler actually seems somewhat balanced and actually intelligent. Mickley, read the next one while I put my cardboard back up.
The next one says a big boy converted to 3-foot narrow gauge.
No,
And him.
And I say, no big boy.
Well done.
Bugs Bunny.
No big.
That was 4 doors person.
I mean, that's a vibe, but we don't need 3-foot big boys. Eric's Train World member for 1 month. On the Brakeman, what's your favorite Eastern Railroad? Probably the Pennsy, at risk of getting zapped by lightning, but that's because that's what my granddad grew up on because he's from Philly. And I grew up playing with little Pennsylvania models in Lionel before I started with the Grand stuff. So my childhood was the Pennsy and the Grand. So
A is for Altoona.
A is for Altoona, don't you know, Mark? Yeah.
And chat has been flooded with no big boy emotes.
As it well should.
Damn straight.
We got Ezekiel 2517 once again coming in with 50 Hyce
Are
memberships.
you kidding me? We'll get to Ezekiel. Good
We're not
God.
there yet. We're not there yet.
Oh, my bad.
Being generous, we're trying.
Guys,
We're so far behind.
I have 4 GoPros, and they're all named at this point, and Ezekiel's got his name on one for a reason, because he's a sweetheart and too generous. So
I know it's also 34, not 2517, but it really gives me an excuse to say the path of the rail fan is beset by the path of the foamer.
Okay. Colton's Taylor.
Hey,
Sorry, Mick?
I was just agreeing with
Oh,
you.
okay.
Because
Colton's Taylor, you
Pirate.
do agree that the East Broad Top Mikados are quite nice, and yes, the word you're looking for was chunk for the K-37s. Correct. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my...
She's big boned.
She's big boned. Yeah, don't be mean to her, girl. Okay, we're slowly catching up. Andrew Frame, message retracted. What did he say? I'll never know because we were too slow. Thank you for the super chat, though. Hardy Hat. Do you know anything about the history of the railroad hat? Not the one with the tie straps from Cromer, the one with the pleats. Seems like it just popped into existence. I don't know, but I don't know if any of the folks on this call know, perhaps.
I want to say it might have evolved from like a canalman's hat, because that was an earlier style of hat. That would be my guess.
That seems reasonable. Everything traces back to nauticalisms for reasons.
Which we still need to watch Master and Commander.
Aye. Q-Dog
There's a lot we need to
S765. Welcome to the East Indy Fireman. Thank you. Kevin O, 11:30 p.m. stream. That'll be 6:30 a.m. here in Kildare Island. You'll have to set an alarm. Yeah, it'll definitely be early over in that side of the pond for sure. I set it up
Is
for...
that in the north?
I don't know where Kildare is. It might be in the north. With the Opheros.
Oh, Farrell.
We had too much fun. One of our moments made it into the top 10, and you can guess which one it was.
Floral.
I'm glad.
Mining establishment.
Also, Kildare is in fact within the Republic of Ireland.
Well, so it's not
Not in the
Northern
north.
Ireland, but it might be in the north of Ireland, perhaps.
No, it's southwest of Dublin.
Oh, okay. Then that's very much not in the north.
Not in the north.
No.
5 Overland. Thank you for the super chat. Which do you prefer, the K-27 or the T-12? Last time you rode the Cumbres and Toltec, you had the opportunity to climb into both when they were under steam. The guys down there are awesome if you're really a train fan. Yes, they are. We're friends with a lot of the crew down there, and they are sweethearts. Shout out to Carlos Llamas if you're out there. We love you, Carlos.
I love you, Carlos.
To prefer the K-27 or the T-12? T-12's pretty. T-12 is cute, and good God, I would have said she pulled nothing, but I watched her drag 4 cars and a dead C-18 up the hill of Cumbres on 3 cylinders, and that's one of the most amazing things I've ever heard still. So I can't give too much crap to the poor T-12, but I would probably take the K-27 because, tractive effort's tractive effort at the end of the day. And here is
But come on,
Ezekiel with
man.
50 memberships. Goodness. Anyone else for the T12 K27 debate before I run on further?
No, but Khan says poop? Question mark?
That has been the theme of the channel the last couple episodes. Con and I talked about poop. We posted the Club Model Railroad video where we talked about the 2-story poop house. or sorry, we're late enough in this live stream. The 2-story shitter. And Brett got me a 2-story shitter for Christmas. I promptly left it at Brett and Layton's house, so it's still over there.
Yes.
But
Sitting on the kitchen counter for you. I'll bring it to you tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got an S-scale one that it'll be a kit bash, but it'll be fun. Okay, Andrew Frame, did you ever look at the giant porter that's in the port of Gray's Harbor, Mount Rainier Scenic number 5? I have seen the 5. I've seen it in person. I've seen videos of the 5. Everyone I know who's operated the 5 said that she was a sweetheart, and it's kind of sad that she's out of service. But yeah, it's a big porter. I think it's a Mikado, isn't it?
That thing's a chonkosaurus.
The thing is a chunk. I mean, I watched the Rock Trains video, with the climax doing the dance that I shan't recreate too hard because of my cardboard situation for lighting.
Oh wait, Leighton and I were both doing parallel bars there.
You both had parallel bars. Yeah, you gotta get the Anyway. Yeah, and the 5's in that video. 5's whistle's really pretty. It's one of the spookiest 3 chimes I've ever heard. It's really cool. Okay, Colton's Taylor. But you must say Japanese rail, American design with British styles, such as JGR Class 8620. I can't say I'm familiar, but I imagine that could be neat. There's the
cool.
I'm not.
Wall. So I've been to Japan and I've gotten to ride steam in Japan, but I'm still not familiar with a lot of the individual classes. I gotta say, all the Japanese stuff, very sharp and very well proportioned, especially since it's all narrow gauge.
That sounds appropriate for Japan. So
yeah. It's small, but adorable.
Andrew Frame. In all fairness, a climax will stop hopping once you get up around 14, 15 mile an hour. But by then, all the rods are just a blur of spinning metal. And all of the bearings are on fire.
And the engineer's been thrown out the window.
Yeah. Yeah. Watch the video if you can find... I can probably dig it up later. Someone clipped the chunk from Rock Trains of the engine just doing the dance and everyone being vibrated across the cab. And yeah... The climax, they definitely worked. They made a bunch of locomotives, but yeah, they had awful vibration at some speeds. Totally fair. Thank you for the super chat. Hardy Hat, do you have any plans to do a video on the day-to-day gear railroaders used? And then chat dropped me down. Why you do this? Lanterns, watches, overalls, caps, oil cans. Not many people talk about the small stuff. Or maybe react to old railroading pics and videos. I've plans for both of these things. New volunteer at the museum, Haley, suggested that we do a talk about engineer or railroad fashion and set up a catwalk and be really silly about it, which sounded hilarious and sounded like something that we would all be up for with how stupid we are.
Except we can't set up a catwalk. We need to set up a flat car.
Well, yes. Yeah, that would be fun. So we want to
climb on a boxcar and use an actual catwalk.
That would be funny. Throw open the door. It wouldn't be that majestic because you can't open those doors that fast. But anyway,
Well, I meant just on the roof because they call those catwalks.
Oh, you die. Do you want to go on the roof of any 3000 series boxcar that exists?
You would fall through the roof.
They're not load bearing anymore. Those cars, they're made out of sawdust, sadness, and rot.
Maybe some
Don't forget silicon.
And yes, and actually
Bondo.
Abatron and Absolve. Yeah. That would be funny. Yes, so we do need to talk about railroad fashion at some point because there's definitely a practical thing to the railroader attire, and people, you see the hat and the bandana and the overalls, and everyone always wonders like why, and it's really practical, and you know, Brett and I get made fun of for wearing the bandanas, but we don't die when it's hot out, so that's your DIY swamp cooler. Why do they wear them? You dip them in ice cold water, and when you're going 8 miles an hour around the railroad, dying in the heat, that little bit of wind on that little bit of cold water on your chest, whew, that is supreme. Yeah. Anyway, and then reacting to old railroading pictures and videos, I want to do a react video to the Rio Grande safety video from the 50s. Because, oh my God, they did that? They filmed that as a safety training video? The madman!
He was riding his whip, but Death was riding that end.
It's just like, okay, we're going to almost kill our brakeman several times over on film to show you what not to do.
But show you that you can do it.
Yeah, look, you can do this. It's fine. It's safe. That one Caledonian, you just want to say you love USRA light Mikados. USRA designs are very pretty. There's a reason that they've made a million of them in model trains. Jack Borner, conductor for 2 months. Ultimate cursed question: 3-foot big boy or DNRG double fairly?
Double fairly. Bring on the Mountaineer.
Yeah,
That's fairly obvious.
I guess the double.
Out.
I guess the double fairly.
I'm
Thank
not mad
you.
about that joke. I'm not mad about it.
Limes. 5 Overland. This is for Brett and Leighton. Last time you were at the museum, you all were great to talk to in the roundhouse and very helpful with answering questions. Keep it up. Look at that.
Thank you.
Look at you guys being
What?
good.
Brett and Leighton being helpful? That's unheard of.
Unheard of. Absolutely.
Absolutely unheard of.
Come on, why would I help you?
Okay.
Whoever helped me, why would I ever want to pass that on?
We are almost caught up. We're almost there. William Grantham, thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on choo-choos exported from the U.S., such as the NSW GR D59 or Queensland AC16? I don't know what those are off the top of my head. I have seen many an export EMD locomotive, and they usually feel very familiar, but very strange at the same time. It's usually
5 letters. USA TC.
yes, that.
Yes. I should also say I've been working on another board for for Railroad Jeopardy, and one of the categories is what in the wide world of exports. So we could see some fun stuff there.
We'll have to do a live stream on that because the Railroad that's too much fun. That is just too much fun. Okay, and the last one, and then we'll go back to pre-asked questions here. I see your 3-foot gauge, big boy, and raise you a USRA-ified K36.
I want to see a K36 with the smoke box headlight at some point. I think
I
that
made
would look
that.
so cool.
I'm sure
it'd be
Wings has made
sinful,
that,
but it
yes.
would look cool.
But also, it's like USRA engines; they have feed water heaters
Oh.
and stokers.
Well, where are you gonna? Look at the butt of a K36. Where are you putting a stoker? Where does it fit?
Yes, I'm not saying it's practical. I'm just saying that if this is the thought experiment, imagine going.
K36s have stokers. They're just called Dusty.
Just going,
That's true.
More fire.
Oh.
No, I am 95% confident I'd Photoshopped the K36 with a front headlight, front bell, and a whaleback. Let me find it.
Ooh,
Not
Why would you
surprised.
put
whaleback. Why would you
on
do
it?
whaleback?
Because
SP.
Of the shit posty tenders.
because
Sausage stand.
spk36.jpg. Anyway. All right, back to the pre-asked questions. How do track flange greasers work, and what are the benefits and drawbacks of it? There are a couple different kinds. So we have, on our engines, we have flange oilers, which are either gravity-fed oil that runs down a line onto a little shoe that rides on the flange and oils the flange. Some of them are powered by the mechanical lubricator, like 491s, are powered by the mechanical, so you don't have to refill them and check and reset them and things. Modern day diesel locomotives have flange lube sticks that are like a graphite stick on a spring that's rammed into the flange to do it, which is better than the oil in that it doesn't leave an oily mess everywhere and it can't overfeed if you have an overfeeding oil lubricator, because guess what? Oil is subject to temperature very significantly and weather and everything. If you overfeed, then you're not lubricating the flange, you're lubricating the tread, and then you go whee, which is not great. And then there are also wayside-based ones, typically that you see before sharp curves on transit or on the big railroad or whatever, where it's a stationary device, usually controlled by an electric pump that actually, when a train's coming, will start to pump out some grease into the flange of the rail itself so that the train then picks it up and spreads it through the curve. And so the real benefit is you're limiting wear on the flange, you're limiting wear on the head of the rail, you're limiting the obnoxious noises that happen when flanges scrape up. Because despite all my comments on all the wheel videos saying, you don't need flanges, well, guess what? Yes, you do, even on the Class 1. It's just, you need them. Your theory is great until you fall off the track.
There is a reason that all trains have flanges.
There is a reason. Yes, ideally, if you were taking a 0.0001 degree curve at 4 miles an hour, it would be fine. But when you're going around, a 1 degree curve at 70 with a freight train, yeah, guess what? That's a lot of momentum to rotate around. So it's really maintenance and wear that you're limiting. BNSF Railway apparently decided that the flange lube sticks were just pointless because it gave us an instruction in like 2018 or 2019 to stop servicing them because it was cheaper to deal with the wheel wear and the track wear than to deal with the upkeep and shipping of the graphite sticks, apparently, somehow, which I don't know how that analysis happened, but that's what they determined, apparently. But we absolutely use flange oiling at the museum all the time, and yes, you can get overzealous with it, but you kind of need it at the same time. We actually
Yeah, Brett, how can you get overzealous with it?
Yeah, Brett, can and a half.
I was told to grease the curve, and I greased the curve.
You did. You did. When they complain when you don't grease it enough the first time, you make sure there's enough grease the second time, and then they
I
complain.
made sure there was grease on it.
Yes. Then they complain there was too much grease. So.
And then they can shove it up their butts.
Well, details. So
There's no pleasing them, Mr. Powers.
Anyway, so flange grease and oil, very important. We actually added an extra flange oiler to 491 that she didn't have for her inside wheel on the number 4 to limit the wear on the number 4, because her number 4 flange is the worst flange she's got. It's still not actually illegal by any means. It's still got a fair amount of wear to go. But the taller and thinner and skinnier they go, the further you have to cut the wheel to get it back to profile when you do cut it, and that eats into your tires, and then you're talking about new tires eventually, and we don't want to go down that road. So, all right.
Oil is cheap, wheels are not.
Yes.
Yep, oil and grease are cheaper than parts.
Yes. All right. Brett, Leighton, say it with me. Jacob Emery asks, what is your favorite train when working for the Colorado Railroad Museum? Don't have one.
Can't say
it.
They're all great. We love them all.
Yep. Seriously, we do love all three of them for all three different answers, either for reasons. I think some of us in this call actually do have favorites, but I actually genuinely do not have a favorite firing or running. I love all three of them. So
I have ones I might prefer for certain characteristics, but that could also depend and change on the day. And that got fixed, and now it's different. And yeah, I'm not giving them anything to come after me with.
Yep. Yeah, don't give the engines
Wait,
ammo.
was the question running locomotives or just locomotives in the collection?
It was about when working for the museum. So I guess technically we do work on static displays, so we could have that as well. We could have a favorite static display, but we don't tend to work on them too often, depending on at least the locomotives. We did work on Lulubelle the other day. We put a new bolts in her coupler pocket so that she could have two.
I know it's sacrilegious here to say that I'm a diesel fan, or to put this one above all others, but as a fan of the California Zephyr, 5771 holds a
the bull.
place.
The bull is cool. The bull is very cool.
We like the bull. We also like 683 a lot.
We do like 683 a lot.
Yeah, I think all of us can say that if we were left to our own devices, 683 might magically go into the shop one day.
Yeah. If Jeff was not there, we're taking the C28. Okay.
Oh no, the tender fell apart. I guess we're finally gonna fix it.
You best start believing in standard gauge restoration. We're doing it.
We're doing it. You're in one. Oh, hey, the 111's coming in, so. Anyway, we're going to have to couple it into the microwave. But yes, Super Chat, Smickley. Yes, I heard you 5 times.
Coming in and taking up the whole shop.
That's okay. Stephen Goring, welcome to the ES&D Conductors. Thank you. And Midland 1072 Productions with a $100 donation because it's Midland again. Thank you, sir. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. Every time the economy's broken, and it's been broken by Midland once again. So, okay. Let's do a couple more pre-asked questions because we've gotten through the first page of 11.
Jesus.
Yay.
It only took us an hour and a half.
Only took us an hour and a half. We're going to have to speedline some of these. And then we'll go back to some live questions. Mainline through the Rockies. Did you know that the Silver Sky survives in a museum in Michigan? No, I did not know that.
Which one was Silver Sky?
The Zephyr, like Cal and it was also the Rio Grande Zephyr dome obs.
Yeah.
So it was like the last one in service.
Okay. For some reason, my brain went to the Silver Vista, the narrow gauge car, and I was like, no, but that makes more sense.
Yeah. Problem is with all of the Zephyr stuff, it's like silver blank.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
What color is the train? Silver. Yeah.
Yeah. Silver Beagle, Silver whatever, Silver Sky, Silver Diner, Silver. They were not creative with their naming conventions.
Yep.
Silver Surfer.
Mainline through the Rockies. Second question: do we have stencils for when we paint things on locomotives, like logos and numbers, or is it free-handed? Almost everything's stenciled. almost everything. Some stuff is free-handed or traced from a stencil. The coolest thing that I know of is John Coker put the stencil for the toilet seat on 491's tender up, traced it out, and then free-handed it in there with no stencil, just with a brush, and that was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Brett?
As of late, we've actually been doing a lot more of that. Not necessarily totally freehand, but we've been doing stencil onto tape, trace it, and then you're not freehanding with a brush, but you freehand with an X-Acto to cut the stencil. So it's kind of a mishmash. The stencils are references, but we don't actually like put the stencil, paint over the stencil, take the stencil off very much.
Because a lot of stencils are historic. Some of them are not,
Yes.
but many of them are. And painting over them, where's the edges, where's their ability to be used, so duplicate the stencil into tape kind of thing. Yeah, that's definitely the most common thing we do these days.
Do a lot of vinyl stencils, a lot of masking tape stencils,
Yep.
and then some freehand stuff here and there.
Yep. Joe Mama 928. Thoughts on live steam railroading and what would my favorite gauge in live steam be? Live steam railroading's cool. I've never run a live steamer. I think they're very neat. Favorite gauge? I don't know. 15-inch gauge is highly unpractical, but very cool. 7.5-inch gauge, still pretty unpractical, but still pretty cool. The FN3 stuff, it's all neat. It's all neat. It's all steam power. I just wish the whistles didn't suck so bad.
Is train much like?
Is train. It go chug chug, and then the whistle go heh instead of, but anyway.
Some are better than others, but yeah, I don't know. If I had to pick one, I'd probably go with 7.5-inch gauge because that's the smallest that I can practically sit on.
That's true. That's true.
You got Swanton Pacific up in here saying 19-inch gauge, question mark?
19-inch gauge, just saying. Well, the Swanton Pacific, that's a fair take. Those engines are very cool. Though the thought of, are they 9.5-inch pumps that they have? Full-size air pump on the tender, just so you, hilarious to me, but yeah.
The tenders do a boogie every time you reset the air.
That's fine. It's just a little bit of excitement. I hope my heart hurts for the and that's Molly. Okay, my heart hurts for the Swanton Pacific people, and I hope that we can get a good resolution for their situation and everything. So, okay, couple super chats. Bryant tells, "What do you mean by couple it into the microwave?" The 111 Colorado Midland observation car. I think it's only a 65 or 72 foot car. Or it can't be 72 foot if it fits in the shop. It's got to be a 60-foot car.
65, I believe.
60 or 65. Yeah. It's almost the length of the shop, and stall 4 is the only stall that has quad rail into the shop. And so in order to stick it in, the coupler is going to be at the microwave, which is at the back of stall 4. It's our little brake spot. So we're going to have to move the table and everything. So the joke is couple it into the microwave because it's the back wall and it's the length of the shop, basically. But it fits. We tested it.
So practical question for 111, because it's going to be in the shop for a while. Is it going to be on jacks? Like, so you could, like, more easily just walk under it? Because now stall 5 will be inaccessible.
We're not playing under jacked equipment, friend. What in the name of safety was that? Have you been drinking yet today? No.
Can I confirm or deny?
I've seen you. It's only one.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to get to a point where I can hang my equipment from the ceiling like a bat.
Our ceiling is not structural enough for that, sir.
Our ceiling's barely structural enough to ceiling.
Yeah. Lest we forget the conduit.
Jesus, shake hands with danger.
Anyways, Brobust Bootcamp, welcome to the E&D Conductors. Dean, regarding railroad fashion, you reckon it was a compromise between comfort and practicability. On another note, you could use 491's Pilot for the walk. The pilots are not very fun to walk on. They look like they're easy to walk on, but there's castings and stuff and hardware. They're a pain in the butt. That would, you would not see me in high heels on the Pilot of a choo-choo. You'd probably never see me in high heels anyways, because they probably don't make size 14 high heel. Actually, they probably do, and I don't want to know about it. But anyways,
something million subscriber special.
Oh God, don't you do this to me?
Oh.
Patrick Sheary. Thank you for the huge super chat. Hey Mark, may you and the crew have a fab new year full of great videos and on the ES&D. A great learning experience for this novice. Thank you again. Well, thank you. I'm genuinely touched by the generosity, and I've seen your comments all over the channel lately. You've been going on quite the dive. Yearly Gymnast, what is your most memorable one in the dirt story from the museum? We already told it late in the Pee-wee.
Yep.
Because we just don't have that many. Because I mean, the only one that I was allegedly there for was the the fish belly, or the crane if Brett wants to count the stupid crane, but that doesn't count.
Why am I counting the stupid
I don't know, because
crane?
you like to get gotcha me with that. So
No, every time you say something about I've never derailed equipment, and I say, well except for I'm not bringing up the crane, I'm bringing up the flat car.
Okay, it's fine. Anyway. And Bryant, thank you for the super chat. Okay, back to it. DC Purdue, howdy Hyce, hoping to catch the stream while working. Hopefully you're here. Would love an update on both how you and Wings are doing and how your music together is going. It'd also be great if you wouldn't mind throwing the volume 1 and 2 tracks up on YouTube as well, provided there's not a reason for not doing that. One of your favorite bits of the music is the background music and the special thanks credits. Well, Wings is here. Wings, we recorded some things recently, haven't we? Or did Wings leave?
He's dead, Jim.
Oh,
He's muted.
Oh, okay. Well, Wings
muted.
doesn't need to talk for me. So, yeah, we've actually been recording some more stuff. We've been working on a couple new tunes. We've been working on some updated versions of some songs, which if you've been really eagle-eared in a couple recent videos, you may have heard new versions of Volume 1 songs, actually, with a little bit of wings and strings action, which makes me very giddy. I need to actually mix those. I haven't yet mixed them, but...
something remastered?
Remaster, well, it's not a... I'm such a pedantic, whatever, however you say that, about these things. It's not technically a remaster because it's going to be a new tracking and a new mix and a new master. So it's not just a, yeah, anyway. New whole process because we're adding more bits, not just remastering it. But yes, we're doing that stuff. It's exciting. I didn't post the soundtrack on YouTube because I didn't want YouTube's vicious auto copyright algorithm to ruin everyone who's used the music over copyright stuff. If there's a way to post that and have that not happen, I would be happy to, and I've actually considered opening a second channel to talk about music things and doing music things and documenting that sort of stuff where I could post all those and have all the individual tracks and not flood this channel with a bunch of music. So that may be in the pipeline if we can get there, but we'll just kind of see. But there are new songs coming, and I'm glad you guys enjoy the music. And we will eventually release Volume 2 as well when it's done, because it's not, and we want to finish it completely. And I do want to, Wings and I, we're going back through the Volume 1 stuff to try and make a whole sound, so it'll be one unique sound all the way through, because Volume 1 was almost entirely me, and there was a lot of stuff that was not really my forte. All of the harmonica and banjo parts. So having Wings kind of tackle some of those bits has been really cool. Let's see. We've got a 4-part question here from Jordan Freeman. What's your favorite Christmas movie? What's your most memorable memory involving trains and snow? What is the funniest memory involving trains and snow? And what are your plans for next year? Favorite Christmas movie? Is this where I jokingly say Die Hard?
I thought you were going to say Polar Express.
No, God, no. You think I like that movie? No, Polar Express, I mean, it's a holiday movie. I don't know. Holiday movies always feel a little sappy and silly. I tend to like the funnier ones. Although the real answer is a very stupid answer and a very my family answer. Our go-to tradition for Christmas Eve is none other than watching Flash Gordon. Has nothing to do with Christmas, but that was what we would do on Christmas Eve. So, Flash! Ah! You got to be able to hit those Freddie Mercury notes, Brett. Come on. Get that falsetto. Yeah.
You would have said Runaway, that 70s movie that was filmed with the ski train.
It was filmed with our girl, 3011. She's in that. Our other movie star. No, that would be that. Most memorable and funniest memories involving trains and snow. All I can tell you about trains and snow is that it sucks unless you're taking pictures.
Yep, can confirm.
Most memorable would be the time that my boss asked Gary if he filled the sand dome 6 times throughout the day and said he'd check it, and he finally said he did. And we're doing the Polar Express with the 491. It was just a 4-car train, and it had snowed hellaciously that day. It was like a foot of snow on the ground. And I'm the engineer, and I was a recently marked up engineer at the museum. And we're doing the ride where Rail Events was auditing us, the check ride where they like make sure that your performance is great or whatever and whatever. And so I've got Rail Events on the train and everything, and it's like, okay, no pressure, it'll be fine. And we go around, we do the 4 laps to the North Pole. It's great. We leave the North Pole, and she's just like squirrely. 491's not happy. And I had sand going, and she's just not happy. So I'm messing with it a little bit. Come around, and I go to hit the hill. I'm like, okay, I need to hit it with a little speed this time because she's getting squirrely on me. And so I hit the hill with speed, and it was just not enough. She fell on her face. There was no sand covering the traps. There was no sand in the dome. Gary never filled it. And we got down to... we never stopped. To my credit, we never stopped on the hill. But we got going about this fast. And the thing you run into with the steam dome throttle, piston valve, superheated steam engines is that when you're that slow and your valve events are that slow, it is extremely challenging to get a perfect setting of throttle because you are sending steam through the superheaters, allowing it to charge up before you get to the valve, and almost every amount of steam that you can give through the throttle will completely charge that such that you'll slip every time if you leave the throttle open in one position. And so you'll watch videos of guys on these Rio Grande Ks doing the, yes, as Brett says, doing the dance where you're open, shut, open, shut, open, shut, and you have to sit there and it's like every time it chuffs, you slam the throttle shut and it starts to get going a little faster. And then it goes fast enough that it gets 2 valve events in, and then it slips. And then you start over again. And you're just... And this was with 491's old throttle that was set up by Stromboli that was just awful. And you had to use your whole back to get into the throttle. And it was just like the worst workout. And poor Paul, who was my fireman, you've seen him on the channel a couple times. Paul is just throwing coal in the fire, just nonstop, because the fire's dancing up and down, just ridiculous if the draft, and it's just like, oh my god. And it takes us like 3 or 4 minutes to get up 100 yards of hill as I'm doing this, and we finally pull into the station. My back is on fire, stopped. There comes Gary running with 2 50-pound bags over his shoulders, and it's like, yeah, there you are, thanks buddy. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Paul. And Gary runs by, no, I'm sorry, I was the one that effed you. And it's like, well, you got asked 6 times to check the sand dome and said you did, and obviously didn't, but that was kind of his mantra. But that's the most memorable one for me. God, yeah, that sucks. And then, of course, rail events guy, it was Rich Millard, comes up to me and he goes, yeah, a bit of touch and go at Glacier Gulch there, but thanks for getting us through it. And I was just like, only Rich. Thank you.
Oh, Richie.
I need to adjust my sun barricade because the sun half moved. I didn't have enough cardboard. I need to get blinds installed in this house. There's no overhead lighting or blinds, so details.
Was that all of that 4-part question?
Probably not.
I guess
the last part.
What are your plans for the next
memorable
year? Is the last one. Well, we don't have anything concrete yet, but Nick and I have been talking about doing some traveling things and going to film places.
Yeah.
We're now equipped to the nines, thanks to family and a little bit of company funds, to have lav mics for 4 people, so that the next time Leighton, Brett, and myself and a 4th compatriot do the 3/4 of an Idiot show, we'll all have professional audio, which is crazy. I know. We're getting a real production, so
we got to get you a
That'd be so
labeler.
nice.
A labeler so you can stick labels on those cameras so you can actually name them.
I got
I
labels.
have a labeler. If
have
Mark needs to
labels.
borrow my labeler.
I can get labelers, but they actually came with 4 sets of color labels for each of the transmitter, receiver, and the mics and everything. So,
there is room to Sharpie on them a certain name.
Oh, true. Yeah, I guess we could also probably Sharpie some more names. So if anyone feels like sponsoring a lavalier mic, have paint pen. We'll travel, and Lord knows I'll have to go through the the super chats, and I'm sure that some people will probably have covered some by now, which is
I think there's 5 or 6.
Okay.
6.
Let's go through those real quick.
I believe you're at Bryant Towels.
Bryant Towels again. Bryant's being very sweet today. So, which locomotive was it that was pushing the track around? The giant one, 491. That would be Peaches. She puts the track where she wants it, unless it's in good ballast. Bjorn Fredrickson, when the 3/4 visits Denmark, come and drive your dad on your dad's 7.5-inch railway. You guys are going to love driving through the landscape. Happy New Year. We will take you up on that. I don't know when we can make it to Denmark, but that would be awesome. Group trip.
I will
would
happily
be
go to
very fun.
Denmark. That sounds like fun.
I know it sounds like fun. Yeah, we'd do that. Let's go tour Europe. Yeah.
I like stroopwafels.
European tour.
Go on to oh god. We would just go. We'd go to Wales. We'd go to the Festiniog, and they wouldn't know what to do with us.
Who are?
It would be like, who are these giants? And why are they wearing overalls? Where's their neckties? How can they be proper railwaymen?
What do you mean you don't change your clothes after you fire up? What kind of heathens are you? Yes.
God damn it! Stand on the side. We're gonna get this hog up the other side of the mountain on the double quick.
Why is every other word a swear word?
Well, because we're railroaders. We're not railway men.
But if we go to Brecon Mountain, then I feel like we're going to be at our home away from home with all that Sandy River and Rangeley Lakes-esque stuff that they've got going on there.
That is true. It's true.
Yep, I'm down for that.
Sold. We just need to
make, like,
figure out how to
concert
make that happen.
And just have all the different railways on the back of them.
Mark can meet his British doppelganger.
Yeah, Lori,
Yep.
wherever you are, let's hang out.
Yes.
You should come over and run the K37, and we'll go play British choo-choos. That'd be fun. Alan Knight, Happy New Year, everyone. You're curious, is there any plans to restore any engines on static display at the museum to operation following 346 restoration? Bugs Bunny meme, no. Jeff is pretty staunchly against it. The one thing that we would consider if it would ever be a possibility would be if we could get a K27. Maybe we'd have a fourth one to run. But the two that exist are both very spoken for. So I think we're sticking with 3 engines for the near future. Though Dusty and I both keep going 318, 683. Come on. But
683. It's another Polar engine.
683 would be nice, but yeah.
I mean, also like something Zuma.
Something that you wouldn't want to run that at the museum for any events. It would still only pull like one car.
If that.
No, it pull one car.
Tug of war with the RGS pop car.
If Mickley, if you don't think that I haven't done the adjusted tonnage math for what it would do with a modern boiler, factor adhesion of 4, and what it would do on Cumbres Pass, you don't respect me enough, apparently, because I've already done all that tonnage math.
I don't know how far you've looked into this project.
Farther than you'd think.
It's been thought about.
I mean,
objectively too far.
All you need to do
Somebody
is
asked in that 4-part question, what are our plans this coming year? Well,
They're cool plans.
Well, man.
Anyway, add more irons into the fire because we had enough time already for all of the things we're doing.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, evil me. You know the Shay type were horrible for vibration, but did anyone try a geared locomotive with the pistons in a standard position but still driving through a gear reduction may have fixed vibrations? Some of the later climaxes actually had pistons on a very slight incline or just raised up and almost straight. And those probably actually did okay. I know that Armagon, if you're in here, you would know this better than I. But other than that, I'm not sure.
So usually the piston angle for later climaxes would be about 25 degrees above horizontal.
It's not that bad.
And that basically stayed true through most of the Class B and Class C build time. Early examples of what would eventually become the Class B actually had fully horizontal cylinders, and I have no idea how those gearboxes worked. They were a completely different design, and they weren't really repeated after too many.
Interesting. Yeah, the manufacture of gears that could take that much torque in that era without computer design is probably the limit, would be my guess. Because I know that it was one of the live steam guys. I can't remember his name. The guy who's made all the books about all the live steam stuff, like his book on the Shay and how to manufacture the gears, he did the calculations for the gears better than Shay did originally, or whoever made the Shays, apparently is what I heard. And it's like, oh yeah, no, this would have been better had we done this back in the 1900s, blah, blah, blah. So
I can never remember his first name, but it's Kozo.
Kozo, yeah.
It's a Japanese fella.
Yeah. Yeah. Brookville Bronco, would you ever do railroad song parodies? Yes, I have several planned, and I have some lyrics written. We've got AC/DC's TNT, but it's EMD instead. And then, of course, the Rolling Stones' Paint It Black, but it's about green boilers. Which, that is on my New Year's resolution, is to start the second channel and do music things and do one of those songs at the very least.
So I'm going to chime in on this because I am qualified to answer this. In that, it's funny, Mark, that you've already written an EMD parody because I've written an EMD parody too that has yet to see the light of day. I wrote it, not exaggerating, about 11 years ago.
Okay, well,
So
we'll have to.
we can combine them
We'll
together.
workshop the lyrics because I only have some. So.
Well, we'll figure out the way to make it work. It's an interesting one to try to parody. I will shamelessly plug myself. If you search Bessemer and Lake Erie on YouTube, you'll see my parody of Imagine Dragons, Radioactive, about the Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad. Railroad is active. I think I did a pretty good job on that, if I do say so myself. And I'm not singing. I got a guy from Italy to sing it.
Nice.
He did a really good job.
Nice.
And actually, Mark, there's one that I sent you that I had somebody record the bits for. I'm not going to say what it is, but I sent it to you because I figured your mastering skills were better than mine.
Is that still on my to-do list of things to do?
Well, I didn't even add it to the official list.
Let's put it in the Trello
like,
so that I can remember because I vaguely recalled that happening. But yeah, it's probably
it was a while. So
you guys have a Trello?
We do.
You're being too damn efficient. Come on now.
We have Trello Premium because we pay for it because I need to have.
Well, la-di-da.
I need to have a system that works. Like if the system doesn't do everything I need it to, I don't use it, and I needed calendar view and things anyway.
When we say we have plans, we're not kidding. We have plans, we have ideas, and God, even my head would explode.
Yeah,
with all of the stuff that I've been feeding into his head.
There's a large amount of backlog of things to get done.
Yes. Are we talking about super chats or ideas, Mickley, or both?
Yes,
probably both.
Yeah. So
mostly video ideas, but yes, there are also super chats.
I've got way too many ideas. That's the problem that I'm running into is that I have all these ideas and all these things filmed and not enough time to do them. So I'm probably going to have a very serious discussion with the museum at some point in the near future. If any officials of the museum are watching, hey, we'll talk about that later. Thanks. Bye.
Before we move on to this railroad parody, railroad music-based stuff thing, are you aware that the Monon Railroad had an album?
No.
Yes.
Expand.
For the centennial of the Monon in 1947, or I guess the centennial of the railroad that eventually became a Monon, they released an album on 78s, and you can find it. The lead song on it is "Up and Down the Monon."
Oh boy!
It is. I think it was shit posting before there was shit posting.
That's vinyl shit posting. That's very.
It is
fun.
78 vinyl shit posting too. So.
Add that one high to the list of underrated railroads, the Monon.
Noted. Okay.
Oh, you and 5 other people.
We gotta catch up through these super chats here. Let's try and lightning round the best we can, and then we'll get back to questions. Bryant tells, does the CRM still work with rail events? Yes, we do. That's who does Polar Express. John Deerboy. Sure, I'll sponsor one. All right. Your name's going on a transmitter or receiver or something. I'll send you a picture later.
Thank you for picking the correct Brandon tractor.
Yes. Well, hey, that hurts. I don't know why I've gone out of focus. Oh, look, I'm
Huber
back.
Doesn't count.
Huber does. Yeah, we haven't existed for 50 years. It's fine. Yes, John Deere's very nice. Anyways, thank you so much. Seriously, John Deere boy. Colty for 3 months with the Firemen's. Start the new year with the boys. Yes, tonight at midnight. The boys.
Boys.
Videomaker 557. If you're traveling, you should come check out the Prairie Dogs Central Railway in Winnipeg, MB. We have the oldest loco in Canada, a 440 built in 1882. That sounds neat. Sure.
It's cool.
Really
they have a very Strasbourg-y vibe to them. It looks really neat.
Oh, I have not heard of that before.
Canadian Strasbourg.
Jack Borner, we still need the West Texas Drawbar song. If you know, you know. Yes, Brett will have to be going on record for the country song that he started to write. Steven.
Is that a threat or a promise?
Yes.
Yes.
Steve. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I apologize in advance. Steven Sachs. There's an E on the end. I'm sorry. I don't know. A question to all three. What are your thoughts on German steam locomotives? They're neat and painted red. And yeah, from the old country, yeah.
I don't like anything that's like post First World War. All the early Prussian stuff, the green stuff, yes, very nice. The Saxon narrow gauge stuff is very nice, and Hearts is very cool. But I'm not a big fan of like the BR
You mean the
50s and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the black with the red.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the black and red. I definitely got to agree that the earlier Prussian stuff and the random Bavarian stuff that's just like blue with gold striping. It's
Oh
like,
yeah, the Bavarian
Yeah.
Pacifics are
this
they're
is
gorgeous.
a paint scheme we can get behind. I like this.
Okay, we've caught up. We're there. Okay.
We've arrived.
We've arrived at questions, and ladies and gents, are you ready for this? It's the first one where we need to go to paint.net. Did it work? I don't have. Okay, there we go. Look,
There's
look.
a stream
woo,
delay.
There's a delay, so I couldn't tell if.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is,
Yay.
and yeah, and you can see that I checked it several times over, so you can see into
yeah.
the future. Xander Tomzak. There's too many letters in that. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry. What are thermic siphons and how do they work? Peaches has them. Thermic siphons are a neat firebox efficiency thing. So if we draw our rudimentary boiler real quick. This is a K37, vaguely. More or less. Not really. It's close enough. Okay. Boiler barrel up here. Firebox back here. You have an internal firebox that's something like this. It's probably not actually that big there. Anyways. So there are a lot of different firebox efficiency devices that exist out there. And the thermic siphon is basically a pipe that connects the front of the mud ring right here to the crown sheet. And it's basically a pipe like this, but then out of the pipe comes a finned stayed area. So there's stay bolts that run through this that hold it together, and it's welded or riveted. In case of 491, it's welded, thankfully, to the actual siphon pipe itself. And so the coldest water in the boiler is going to be down here at the lowest part, which is the front of the mud ring in the case of the 491. And then that goes through the siphon and gets heated very quickly because the fire goes up and licks the bottom of the siphons. Like it's right up there. So that water comes in there and it rapidly boils up and causes a big convection current through the whole boiler by having this efficiency of all of the heat getting the coldest water into action. And so some people have said that you can't blow up a locomotive with siphons. Not that we ever want to experiment with this, but theoretically, as long as there's water higher than the bottom of the siphon, it will still get siphoned and cover the crown sheet. So it's also technically a safety device, though I don't think any of us want to try and prove that. But
Nope.
Yep. Regardless, it's just a way to increase steaming efficiency. And good God, 491 makes steam ridiculously. We all want to take her somewhere. Not that we can or realistically ever could. If we win the lottery, maybe. We all want to take 491 to Cumbres Pass and just see how ridiculous she is compared to everything else. Because there's lots of stories. And when we met one of her old firemen that just turned up the one day, who was like 92, showed up, barged into the shop and said, "I want to see my engine." And it's like, who are you? I fired the 491 on Marshall Pass. And you're like, holy crap.
You're old enough.
Right. Oh my God. And then we proceeded to pump him for
man is ancient.
Yes. We proceeded to pump him for literally every piece of information we could possibly get. When he turned up, it was just like, he would talk about how dudes used to get in fist fights over who got to take the 491 out because she apparently just steamed that easy and was that easy of an engine to ride on. She's one of the 2 engines on the ground that got siphons. The rest of them typically had arch tubes, which were smaller and didn't have the finned bit that goes up. They were just a tube, basically, and that was more so to hold the brick arch than it was to do anything else, really, because the flow was so small through, a 4-inch tube versus the siphon that's like a foot in diameter. So, good question. E-Shock. Can both engines from a double-heading steam train be controlled from only one engine? No, they're both independent. What's your favorite steam engine? Can't answer that. What's your favorite steam engine, period? Can't answer that. What's your favorite train game? It's hard to say. I like them all for different reasons. I really love Derail Valley. I enjoy Railroads Online. It's got its quirks. It gets the feel and the multiplayer camaraderie really good. There's a lot of stuff that pisses me off about the game, notwithstanding the soundtrack stuff. And the train sims, not so much, but like Railroad Tycoons are also fun. I like the multiplayer aspect out of games more than anything else. So,
Gotta agree. Railroad Tycoon 3, probably still my favorite.
It's classic.
Yeah. Love 3. Down the years, I've probably got the most utility out of Trains of the Z, just because I like the route building, and I think that one has the best capability as far as that's concerned. But yeah, I
Definitely.
totally agree with the multiplayer seeking that, especially in recent years.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I had TRS 2004 and 2006, and those are the last ones I really played. But I was like, I could have Rio Grande Choo-Choos back on my computer when I was, a little kid. So that was great.
Yeah.
Jonathan Coleman, after 346 is done with its rebuild, are you going to give her real food like you did 491 and 20? Yes, I don't know what, but I'm sure it'll happen. We made pizza and ribs, and 491 got some of the pizza, 20 got some of the ribs. 346 presumably will get cooked on at some point. So
Gotta make something Irish.
K37 Kitchen is definitely coming back though.
K37 Kitchen is for sure coming back. Yeah. At the very least, we do have a new cut of the pizza video done by Nick, which is a much better video than the original one. So maybe we'll see. We'll post it in the new year early here and see if it can't resonate with a wider audience a little bit easier than the original one did. But we'll keep the original one up as the creator's cut or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I had way too much fun editing that.
Yes, you did. Yeah. At Kataf, I think, the Alpha, 2 questions. How did the 440 locomotives with a drawbar connect front to front during the Lincoln Pin era? They probably didn't, because they probably didn't.
Some of them you could pull the drawbar out of,
and then you could use, but the pilots are
a
so
longer
long.
bar.
Yeah,
you'd need a longer bar. In some cases, probably not.
Maybe there would be an occurrence where you'd need to do that, but really, if you ever had to do that, you'd be like talking about a shop situation with a shop switcher or something. But then you wouldn't have a long pilot on it because you weren't going over the road, and those long pilots cause problems to try and knuckle in head to head anyways. Like 346 and 491 don't couple nose to nose because her pilot's too long. 346s. So what are your thoughts
and
on
91s would be if it wasn't smashed?
True. Very true. What are your thoughts on fireless locomotives and how they work? They're neat.
Cool.
They are a tank of steam on wheels that works like a regular engine, and they make a lot of sense for a lot of industries.
Yeah. They're
bottles.
All right.
Specific engines for a specific purpose.
Yeah.
It is a pity that they are so complicated to service from a preservation standpoint. Easy to have tons of compressed air on hand when you have a whole steel mill. Not so easy when you are a museum.
Yes, that is the interesting thing. We don't have the amenities of the bygone era at any museum, really. Maybe some do, but like house steam, house boilers, ridiculous air compressors and air tank setups of like a giant shop where lots of stuff was being worked on isn't that common for us anymore. So doing a fireless engine or having a fireless engine run is a lot more
What you really
prohibitive.
need is a separate boiler to feed the fireless engine, because to get that amount of superheated water is just not a thing that pretty much anybody has.
Yeah.
A compressed air, you'll run out of that in 5 minutes.
Compressed air runs out fast.
A guy who went on like 22 trips to Cuba in the 1980s and 90s, and he got to see a lot of steam. I mean, it was for the express purpose of going down there to go see steam engines and
foaming.
Hardcore Caribbean foaming. But yeah, he's shown me. I've seen a lot of the video he took of fireless engines at sugar plants, and largely what they would do is they would just take an old beat up engine that they didn't want to put a new firebox in and put a big like connector valve nose thingy on the front of it that when needs more steam, go take it, just run the engine into the wall and into the spigot for steam and fill it up.
That's whack. I love it.
Yep.
Okay, Brent Hinshaw asking the real questions here. Well, I'm sure you love the Colorado Railroad Museum. Would you ever want to move to something like Durango and Silverton or Coombrace and Toltec where there's more give 'em the beans opportunity? For now, I am loving being back at the museum, being close to these idiots, and the rest of the idiot crew and everything. And I don't know if I could move, at least for a little bit, just that being back is wonderful. there is a strong part of me that someday wants to do one season at either place, or maybe a couple seasons, enough to mark up to engineer, just to learn that and do that, because I haven't done that. I've run 20 at the Combrace and Toltec for a grand total of like an hour. So I don't have that much experience doing that. And so anytime I come from, the educational side of talking about this is how running, this is how firing and whatever, it's over an interesting, challenging piece of railroad, but it's not over a whole railroad. I've never gotten to learn a whole subdivision. I've never gotten to learn rail downhill braking, and most of those engineers could probably run circles around me, although I would actually probably be better at running around in circles than they would. Anyways, I digress. It would be a very fun thing to do. Just, maybe if I can get to the right point in my career and the right point in the YouTube and things, maybe go do a season or two or something, enough to mark up to engineer and give it a little try. That's definitely a dream of mine. It would be fun. So, and to mark up to engineer, depending on how the crew is, that may be many seasons, and that may never happen. So it just depends. I'm not out to go be like, oh yeah, I've done this and put me in the engineer's seat because I'm coming here. Like, I would still have to go through and do the thing at either place. You don't get to just jump the line, That, you want to talk about a way to upset the apple cart. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm not here to do that. It'd be a fun experience, though. All right, let's catch up on Super Chats, shall we? Mick, where did we leave off?
I am not 100%
German
sure.
steam engines we
I think
answered.
Andrew's.
I think Andrew
Andrew
Frank's
Frank's question.
Thoughts on the upcoming Railroader game? I don't know. We should pitch this question over to Nick. It looks very promising. It looks really fun. But Nick is a tester for Railroader, so I'm sure Nick has a lot more opinions on Railroader than we do. I know I'm excited for it.
And because I'm a tester, there is a very, very, very tiny amount that I could say.
I'm sure there's an NDA. Yeah.
Which is, yes. So all I will say is that you should check out the Discord for Railroader, which I'm 6 months into Discord, or a year into Discord. I'm still a noob, but hopefully you guys have a link or something so people can check it out.
We could dig that up.
Railroader has an official Discord, and you can read the FAQ, and you can interact with Matt, the communications guy, and Adam, who's the chief developer of that, and hopefully that will get you excited. I can't say
you can also say something else, and I mean, I'll shamelessly plug for you. The Virtual Railroader Academy has also done a session or two, and I don't know if you guys are still doing your winter course on Wednesdays in Railroader, so you get to see gameplay and learn about railroad concepts. So
yeah, so if you're on YouTube and you search Virtual Railroad Academy, you'll come across some of the older videos which we did, which were in Railroads Online, and then the most recent one in Railroader, and that does give you a little bit of a peek behind the scenes of things.
Yeah,
I thought you guys streamed on Twitch.
Yes, and we stream on Twitch. There's a link. I think if you go to the YouTube one, there's also a link tree. Casey would be giving me a hard time because I don't have the links all memorized. But
how dare
this
you?
Stuff
Nick?
is not
how
hard.
Dare you?
Yeah, the problem with juggling way too many hats at once. But if you search Railroader or go to one of those links, then you'll bump into Virtual Railroad Academy and be able to see that in action.
I've got the link tree here.
Mickley's posting links in chat, so if you guys want to check that out, feel free. And Brett has disappeared, and now Leighton has become very sunken and very wide.
I know. I've sunk.
But yes, so hopefully more comes to light. And I will say, so the behind the scenes video that we did, we were talking about one of our favorite subjects, which is the Mixed Train, and we were frequently referencing the Mixed Train daily book by BB and Clegg, and the mood that game creates. If you are a fan of that book, the mood that the game creates or can create to speak to that side of railroading is there.
I'm very excited for that based on that description, because I think that's the biggest thing for me with like Railroads Online is the sim's not really there. The Steam sim is just totally wrong. The physics sim, it gets some of the basics right, but it captures the mood and the feel with the old engines, Planish Iron jackets, the liveries, the big balloon stacks and everything, and building the railroad and feeling like you're in Podunk nowhere because there's nothing. Like, it gets that vibe. So if that's the flavor that Railroader gets, I'm going to be sinking a lot of time into it.
And to the earlier question about your favorite train game, I mean, that's the thing, is that there's so many different things that each of us like when it comes to enjoying trains and railroading and what we're looking for. So there is really not one single game. And even for myself, I've shifted over the years from really loving Microsoft Train Simulator to Trains with a Z to what's now Train Sim Classic. And they each capture these different points. So I've never been a believer that it only just has to be one. You can really delve into fun. And man, boy, was it so much fun to get nostalgic and play Train Town with you, Mark.
Train Town's definitely on the list of favorite train games. Special place in my heart right there. That was so much
I feel like
fun.
it was a little bit rigged though with the Christmas routes. Just had rigged.
Was a smidge rigged. It's okay. We picked them on the fly. I didn't realize
why
the
is
game
that
was rigged.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why is it rigged because they're Christmas? I can safely say that neither of us were practicing our game in advance.
It's true.
We just showed up and we're like, okay.
I
thought we were gonna
game,
do this.
So.
It was. I won overall, but I lost the one I was really hoping to win, which is the commuter trams that are passing by the signals. So
you made the mistake of going up against a real signal engineer. So,
and you asked me a really good question, which
I got him monologuing. You sly dog.
Oh, when you get me monologuing, I'm dangerous.
Okay, I'm gonna try and catch up to the super chats here.
Yeah, we got Jordan.
Jordan Brown, any chance you could do a shepherd's pie in the smoke box at 346 on her next Steam Up? Her next Steam Up is going to be so far in the future, I will probably not remember, but that would be a fun one to do, definitely. And that would be an easy one to do that you could seal in like a Dutch oven and not worry about the coal sadness. So that would be fun.
I mean, really, the mashed potatoes are already made. The beef and everything's already cooked. Like, really, combining it together, you're just wanting the cheese to melt and get a good crust on it.
Yeah, so it'd be easy. Joshua Knight.
You still got to be careful though, because it's actually not that hard to burn stuff in a Dutch oven.
It depends on where you stick it on the locomotive. Joshua Knight. Hey, has the museum thought about extending the track? We have, but we need more space first. We need more property. So yeah, definitely need that first. Christopher Broad or Broud. Oh man, I got his name wrong last time. He told me how to pronounce it last time. I'm sorry, I can't remember if it's Broad or Broud. My apologies. Hello, Hyce. What would be your reaction to a German 11-foot gauge railway? It was one of the several proposed German mega projects. Germany.
Der Breitspurbahn.
Yeah.
Yes, you mean the train sized for Brett.
Yes. A narrow gauge man in a standard gauge world. Finally, yes.
Finds his broad gauge love.
Indeed. I would not even know what to even begin to think about with 11-foot gauge. Like, what are the tolerances? What are the wheels? Yeah, ridiculous. Yeah. Anyways. Sits, look, you changed your YouTube name. Good on you. Have a Rule G violation on the bin and it. Very good. Bryant tells, what are the largest pilot trailing trucks on steam locomotives in terms of wheel size or number of wheels? A number of wheels I've never heard of much more than a 6 coupled as a leader trail, stares at the Pennsylvania. And wheel size, I don't know. They never really got too big because they didn't need to be. I've not heard of much more.
Maybe if you're on an articulated engine and one of the engine sets shits the bed, you in fact just have a 4-axle lead truck. But
yeah, technically you could have that, yes. Although, I guess. Okay, yeah. Octopat 1258, welcome to the ES&D Conductors. Joshua Knight, is there another, hey Frank, is there another San Juan branch line episode coming? It's not the same without our favorite mountain type that talked some sense into Ben. I have a feeling that's aimed at Nick here.
Well, no, oh yeah, Frank, yes, yeah.
Aimed at Frank,
I forgot if you were, that's why I'm like, I forgot if you were doing a voice for that or not.
No, I did. If you look deep into the bowels of YouTube and you find the right place, I forgot about this until Brett came up to me at the museum the one day and said, "I know something about you," and I was like, "What?" I was the voice on 1 or 2 episodes of the Full Buccaneers back in the day. So that was the one thing that I've provided a voice for. If you really look for it, it's out there.
Yeah. Oh man, that Luke did such a good job with
He
that shit.
did.
That was fun, and I got to do two voices. So Frank on San Juan, which is what a lot of folks know, and then Full Buccaneers. I got to break out my questionable Sean Connery accent to be a Scottish American engineer. So that's my voice acting career in a nutshell. To be continued, up to you, you collectively, not just the Hyce
One
universe.
thing
But
only.
Hey, Mark, watch this. Prom queen.
I was gonna say if Nick, not to ruin your Sean Connery impression, but listening to Brett's Sean Connery impression is one of our favorite pastimes.
Oh, I don't pretend mine is the best. I'm willing to
Well,
acquiesce to those. No.
Give us another one.
I'm a
Give us
better
another one,
joker.
Brett. Do it.
I'm trying to think of something that I could say on the internet and it's not gonna haunt me.
One thing only. Do the one thing only.
We set sail into history.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, your mother's a whore. I don't know why that's vaguely appropriate, but whatever.
It's
Yeah,
more
like, wait a
appropriate than
minute, with
the
that
Man
intro.
from Nantucket, which is where my head went when I thought of Brett and
That's
the Sean
immediately
Connery.
where my head went.
Also, Mark, how have you not seen The Rock? Oh my
I
goodness,
don't
that
know.
was.
We'll get there.
Oh, but Josh, to actually answer your question, is there another sail? I don't know. I'd have to ask John that. I'm not sure if there's other episodes coming or not. You'd have to ask the High Iron folks.
The future will tell. We'll have to see. We're
Yep.
you remember when Nick and I were talking about the Skype group of rail fans? Yeah, that would be a
Mhm.
large part of it actually, which is the fun thing. So
Oh yeah,
and look at us all being content creators now. How fun is that?
good days.
Evil me, being a huge fan of Beam and G, it would be great to see a railroad branch of the game that would simulate the physics and crashing as well, just as with the cars. Sometimes you just need that P-cap. I've heard legends of F7s and SD40s being in that game, and apparently it's hilarious. I need to try that sometime, because that would be very fun for a live stream. John Deere Boy, if you had to choose, would you take a DM&IR Class M3, M4, or Big Boy for massive power and long trains? Yellowstone, hands down. No disrespect to the Big Boy, but the Yellowstone's got more attractive effort, and I think they look a little cooler. They're neat.
Here.
Flying pumps.
Flying pumps. Yeah, we like our flying pumps because we're Grand boys. And the Yellowstones ran on the Grand, so anyway.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
Benjamin Muth? Sorry, I can't pronounce that one either. Have either of you been to the Illinois Railway Museum? I grew up with it and was spoiled by the size of it compared to other museums. I haven't. I think Brett has actually very recently.
I went for a work function this summer. I snuck away from a work function this summer in Chicago and visited it. It was very impressive. Awesome collection, and something I really wish we could get a better handle on, but they have really well figured out, is that so much of their stuff is inside.
A dream of someday. Trains inside.
Yeah. They also have an interchange and can take the Nebraska Sever down to Chicago. So
That's, yeah. And I've seen that video of the 1630 hauling a bunch of Bethgons, and it's just like...
yeah, that's just,
And they're equipped to handle Hollywood productions. There's a scene in one of the Transformers movies that takes place there.
Huh.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yep.
I remember that. Yeah.
We've got one last super chat, and then we should probably go to some live questions that Mick has been taking down for us, because we haven't done any of those in a minute. From Maker24, we still need to meet up for a beer, sir. Happy New Year, Mark. I hope you're having a great day. You accomplished everything you want to in the new year. Still need to have them drinks. Hey, he beat me to it. But I've been super busy towing in the snow. Yeah, that makes sense. As always, love what you do. Keep up the great work. Yeah, Maker24, one of the first time I visited the museum this year as Hyce in May, was hanging out with us on 491 briefly, and offered to take us out for drinks, and then it just didn't line up. One of those busy trips. But yeah, we'll have to get beers sometime. Anyway, Mickley, do you have any live questions?
Sure thing. I got 3 of them for you.
Okay, let's go.
So, first one's not a question, but ages ago when the guy from Colorado River Museum was in the chat, I already forgot his name.
Matt,
sorry.
yes. Akabalg.
Matt. I knew it started with an M.
Mhm.
He said Goose 7 will be running first and third Tuesday every month, at least mid-January through mid-May.
Correct. Yeah, I'm glad Matt is more up to tune with the schedule than I am. I was in that staff meeting, but I couldn't recall the details. So
And then a couple kind of similar questions. First from Katie S, why doesn't the museum restore 318? And then from Heritage Unit 1989, which of the non-operational locomotives at the museum would be easiest to restore?
318.
I figured that'd be the answer.
Yeah, so the real answer
that
is
one was 5401.
well, actually, yeah, 5401 is actually the truly easiest. That is very true. Leighton does win on that, and we will probably restore 5401 and run it on the 2 feet of standard gauge track we have. 5401 being the SD40 T-2. And my good friend, why am I spacing on his name? Oh, he's on the channel all the time. Josh, my good friend Josh Kaivo from the Northwest, who used to work for Progress Rail and has all of the EMD tooling. He was out visiting the other week looking at passenger cars for his railroad over this way. I told him about the tunnel motor, and he was like, just let me know. Let's talk. I'll bring tools. So gears are turning, whether or not anyone knows, but we definitely want to get the tunnel motor running. That'd be fun. There's no official plan or like money or backing from the museum, so it's not an official statement that it's going to happen. All of you out there that are going to start running around the internet with this. But definitely something that I at least hope to do, because it'd be very cool, and get to load test that thing and make everyone experience a 645 at run 8 with self-load. Oh, yeah. Big loud noises.
I mean, ideally, you'd be able to restore everything at the museum, but money and time say no.
Yeah, all it takes is money, time, and people, and unfortunately, we don't have that many. Which, I mean, that's the thing. We have a core group of volunteers. We have a great group of volunteers, but there's 115 pieces of equipment ish at the museum, and it's a race against Mother Nature and the Colorado sun and time, and things are constantly turning to the dirt. We haven't touched 346 in a year, basically, other than cutting 30 flues out for her rebuild, and you want to add another rebuild on top of that and add a 4th engine into the cycle? It's just not really feasible unless we hire more staff, which maybe someday that'll be the thing, but right now it's not. It's just a lot of work. 318 would be the easiest of the Steam stuff to restore because it's already halfway there. The running gear is brand new. They were planning on running it. It just needs a bunch of boiler stuff done, but boiler stuff is scary because none of us are certified to do boiler stuff, and you'd have to pay somebody to come do it. And la 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 la. So it's all these things.
Or send your boiler out to Strasbourg.
Or send the boiler out to Strasbourg, but then that would be talking about taking apart the engine that just got finally put back together, very recently-ish in history, to then blow it apart to all this stuff, and it makes a great display, and it's another narrow gauge 280.
I could feel Dusty roll his eyes through the internet. Did you guys feel that?
Did you feel that? It's not Dusty. If Jeff is watching, Jeff would be screaming,
was.
"No!" at the stream.
I can feel a disturbance in the force.
Somewhere, Jeff is on his way to my house to beat me with a coal scoop and say, "No, we're not going to restore any more steam engines.
No, we're not sending a boiler to Strasbourg."
No. Yeah. Anyways. Were those the only ones, Mick?
There's more, but I figured we'd save them since you still have 10 pages of regular questions.
Fair enough. We'll continue on. Riley Stafford, how narrow are the rails at the museum? If you're talking about the gauge, it's 3-foot gauge for most of the stuff we run. We do have standard gauge. If you're talking about the width of the rail, they're probably about 2.5 inch, depends on the weight of the rail. Most of our stuff is like
what weight of rail?
65, 75, some 90-pound rail. We don't have any like 130 or any of that crazy stuff in there. So
Yet.
Yeah. Well, if we
I
want to
feel
run the
like
SD40 for real, not that it would make it around the curves, but
Well, we know the Jeep 30 would make it around the curves. Wouldn't be able to pull anything, but according to EMD, it would make it around the curves.
yes, according to EMD, it would definitely make it around the curves, which is hilarious. But yeah, you would not be able to pull anything. But okay, this is gonna be probably a question aimed at Leighton because I don't know what it is. ScotRail Fan 170 asks, I don't know how you'd think, but what's your opinion on Class 37 Thrash or Heritage lines in Scotland, as in how they run like Scotland and the LNER?
Are the 37s the tractors, Leighton?
Let me do some quick Googling so I can get an ill-informed opinion.
Google foo!
Oh,
you
mean like
diesel thrash, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, the things that are not Deltics the double-ended.
Oh,
just
the thing that look like a
smaller
Deltic,
ones
but
that
it's
have like
not a
the
Deltic.
blisters. Yeah, they have like the little blisters. roads on either side of the nose. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean I don't hate them. They're cool. I mean I know some Steam people in the UK, and I would love to go hang out in Scotland on like the Bo'ness or go ride the Jacobite or something. Like that would definitely be a dream, but despite my ethnic ancestry as told by my eyebrows, I don't know much about Scottish heritage railways. So
Scotland!
I found out from my mom the other day that I'm also part Scottish. My majority is Irish, German, Croatian. I never really understood the exact breakdown of the last piece, and it is a decent bit Scottish, so we like our whiskey. What can I say? Okay, Not a Real Name asks, and I believe he asked this last time, but we never really got into a good discussion on it, and this will be an interesting one for all three of us, I think. Which of the two museums has a better operational setup and layout? Nevada State Railroad Museum or the Colorado Railroad Museum? I am envious.
That's a nuanced
I am
one.
envious of the Nevada State Railroad Museum for a couple things, particularly talking with our good friend Bacon, who donated the lights or gave me the lights for Christmas that are helping to make me look not pasty white today. Thank you, Bacon, and also made the ES&D piss cups. He's quite the gentleman and has been helping me with camera things. But he's a volunteer at Carson City, and he was explaining their operations to me. They have a circle with a Y built in off the tail of the circle, basically. We have a circle and then a switch to the shop and then a million spurs and whatever, but operationally, we go around in circles, stop on the circle for the station, continue going. Nevada, they have a station on the leg of the Y, and then they pull out, line for the circle, they go around in a circle, and their circle is almost a perfect circle, actually. Ours is kind of a kinky oval, whatever.
Kinky.
He said kinky.
They go around a couple times, but then they go down the Y and back into the station, and then they back out, and so they can alternate directions each trip. So they're running the train different directions and keeping people, they do a lot more switching ops, and they have, we were talking about it. It's like, it's a lot more opportunity for run through switches if we're talking about, that sort of thing. But at the same time, it's promoting a higher level of training and understanding on their brakemen and their train crew, because they're doing a lot more active moves than just putting around in the circle. At the same time, there's more risk for potential incidents and things, which of course you hope don't happen, but anytime you add more events, you add more chance. That's just the way it works. But theirs was smart because you could run a train on the circle and have a train loading during Great Western Steam Up, which is great and helped keep things fluid. And you're also evening out the wear, which is really cool. But at the same time, the track work's really complex. A lot of stuff to maintain and keep up with and all that. So it's two different setups, and they both work really well for what they do. If we had more parking to take more people easily at the museum, that sort of thing would benefit us, where we could have a train loading and a train running, but we don't have enough parking to facilitate that anyways, so it doesn't really matter. So, I don't know.
What is the grade like at Carson? I know it's not our grade,
I think it's
but
2%
what do they have?
ruling?
2.5%.
Yeah, 2%, I think. Someone's going to correct me in the comments, I'm sure.
I have to say, their track setup there is pretty slick. I think that they have the area very well organized, and they keep everything inside.
Yeah, that's nice.
If they're planning on restoring it, or if it's been restored, it can live inside. So they have that. They've got us beat there. Obviously, we can go tangent after a curve, not just be constantly in a curve. But yeah, they've got a really slick setup and a really efficient track plan.
Yeah, I've got the Nevada State Railroad Museum pulled up on stream now, so you can see the circle that they've got, the stations in this little area here. They don't have public, or not public, but a road crossing that's in their main line, really, like we do to access the parking lot, which is also nice compared to ours. But one interesting thing that's the big difference, I think, and the big difference safety-wise and operationally is Nevada State Railroad Museum doesn't have any fences. Their alignment is just open, and there's tons of crossings, and people can just wander out from Carson Street there. Whereas the Colorado Railroad Museum, we're all fenced off so that we can basically, you still look out, but you can definitely assume that, Oh, look, Google doesn't want to load the track plan. That's very helpful. You can basically assume that the right-of-way is going to be clear because it's fenced off, but you still keep an eye out. But we can run a lot quicker because we don't have a chance or near as much chance as somebody walking in front of us. So two very different setups for very different reasons, but both really cool. And I don't know why our track plan won't pull up, but I will.
And
just
actually, Mark, I would say that as a part of their regular operations, they do have their parking lot is inside their circle.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because remember when we were there, where all the booths and stuff were set up?
Oh, yeah, that is their parking lot. Okay, so they do have that crossing. They do have those two crossings there.
so
Okay,
they
never
do.
mind. So then they still have the same chance of danger as we do. But they have track circuits running their gates, or not? They just have flashers, but they had track circuits. That was cool.
Yeah, they have, and also they've got double danger because they've got you go on the access road to get in, and that's a you cross there on the tail of their Y, and then you cross the main circle,
right,
getting to the parking lot. So.
Right. Yeah, this is our layout now at the museum in satellite view because nothing else wanted to work. So very much more oval, bean-shaped than a perfect circle and much steeper grades, which is really the biggest detriment to us is the 4% grade on this side and the 3.5% grade on this side. That's the biggest detriment that we have. So we have 4 vehicle crossings, says Bacon. Look, he arrives just in time. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, so you have 4 crossings. Okay, I didn't realize that. I guess I was just there for the Great Western Steam Up, so we only have the one, but it ends up being our biggest opportunity for frustration. Always.
Bang!
Yeah.
But
how many times have I plugged it on that crossing? Many.
Isn't it great?
The answer is yes.
There's a place in the United States that allows all modelers who only have that HO scale 18-inch radius track to say, I am prototypically modeling the Nevada State Railroad Museum. But with the dual gauge, doesn't matter. It's prototypical for the standard gauge.
Our Colorado Railroad Museum setup, if you remove the gulch, fits perfectly on a 4x8 in HO scale.
I thought it was a 5x9.
I think it's a 4x8. I can't remember. Do the math. It's a standard sheet of plywood.
Yeah. It's
not very big.
Yeah. Okay, couple super chats. Sinking Dodge, thank you. Are there any places in America where you can still see Lincoln Pin being used, even just as a demonstration by a museum or group? The Nevada State Railroad Museum. There you go. Glenbrook only has Lincoln Pins still, I'm pretty sure. And probably the Inyo. If I had to guess.
I think
Anywhere that runs mine carts.
Anywhere that runs mine carts, also true.
Yep, any mine tour deal.
And Ezekiel with 5 more memberships gifted. The economy was ruined once again on this day. Thank you. CRRMZ gauge in a suitcase, clown. Oh,
I'm not sure if they're using it these days, but the steam locomotive formerly known as Leviathan, built by Clokey Locomotive Works.
Right. Is that the one at Starbarn?
Correct. It was built with Lincoln Pin, and then when it was a touring locomotive, they had a Lincoln Pin decoupler adapter. I'm not sure what they typically run it with because it kind of has a fixed consist at Starbarn with the 3 cars, the 2 coaches, and the Lincoln funeral car there. So I don't know if they're using Lincoln Pin for that.
Goes into the barn.
See, I haven't been there. I think they can. I'm pretty sure that's how they've set it up, but I have not been there yet. I'm sure the chats will correct me if I'm wrong.
If we want to talk a little bit more about the museum stuff, I can steal Bacon out of the other voice chat.
Oh, we could do that if we want to.
You have about 3 seconds before he hears.
Go for it.
Bacon, come back.
Is he live?
Hello.
He's here. He's been attacked.
Hello.
Where did you arrive back on stream in time to hear me compliment you on the lights?
No, I did not.
Because I saw you say, "Look, I made it back just in time," and I gave you a nice little 30-second speech about how you'd been helping me with camera and lighting and things, and look at how nice it looks. And blah,
it
blah,
looks
blah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Brett's natural window light looks amazing, and Leighton, yours does as well.
Yeah, they've got better setups than me. I have cardboard blocking my window light because it is just so violently bright and washes everything else out. The angle of this, the angle of the house is not ideal. So
4 road crossings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's it. We were talking, so we were comparing the operations. I mean, you've seen more of the standard opposite Nevada. I mean, how much of an issue is like people incursions into the right of way? Are people walking, jaywalking the tracks frequently, or do you have issues, or have you needed to pull the air frequently or anything like that?
From what I've seen in my time there, people tend to be pretty smart about it. If we see someone starting to get too close, we'll tend to walk up to them and be like, "Hey, can you guys step back a little bit?" But in the major pedestrian areas, there are some small, low fences, similar to what you have by your station.
Right. Okay, well, neat.
And as far as vehicles go, just like you said, people are idiots.
Welcome to grade crossings and people, and that is just how it works, which is why you should design them out. Anyway.
Yes.
Crossing is one that doesn't exist.
Yeah, the best crossing is one that doesn't exist. There's one that's not at grade. It's one that is a bridge or a tunnel or an underpass.
Yeah. If you have to do a grade crossing, I think the British design with the closing gates are a really good one.
Yeah, that's definitely for safety wise, but I mean, as far as manpower and like needing to have someone man it and be a thing, and that's a whole
very
nother thing.
inconvenient.
Yeah.
7!
What are we saying 7 for? Just 7? Just
Exactly.
because?
Who mans our crossing?
Oh. 7! Yes.
Past tense.
Yeah, our crossing is manually operated still. We have flashers and gates now thanks to the BNSF Railway. Thank you, BNSF. But it is still manually triggered. There's a switch that somebody presses, and then that actually sets the crossing into activation. So we don't have track circuits or everything, which would be nice, but dual gauge.
One day.
Dual gauge track circuits, not once.
Ours get set off by rain all the time.
That is one of the fun challenges of signal design is the ballast resistance. And God, you guys are probably so dry. So yeah, if it rains, yeah, I'm sure that messes with your stuff pretty quick.
Very much.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll wander on. Thank you, Bacon, for hopping in. And again, thank you for the lights and the tips as always.
You're
I
welcome.
should
Thank
return
you.
you from whence you came, Bacon.
Banish
Bye,
him
Bacon.
to the plebeians.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Bacon.
Bye, Bacon.
Bye.
Okay. T12 Productions asks, would you guys accept a 4-wheel trailing truck for $491 to make it a B37? I mean, yes, weight distribution-wise, that would make more sense. But that would make the ashpan even worse. So no.
Yes.
When is Grandma expected to be back? When it's done. I won't even give you an estimate of time. Could be 2 years, could be 5. I hope it's closer to 2, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Does 20 like the snow after you guys told her the story? She didn't seem too pissed off about it, at least. So that was good.
He wasn't mad at us.
Let's see. Mitch Geeson also asked the same thing about Railroads Online soundtrack on YouTube. We kind of answered that earlier. Check in the VOD. Sorry. Let's see. Aiden, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Hyce, maybe a stupid question, but can you make different whistles to sound like different chords on a guitar, like a power chord as an example? Yes, you can. Whistles don't do the best with musical notes and exact chords because each chamber changes pitch across the pull slightly different. That said, there are some that do pretty good jobs, certain chords. The 3 chime that we have on 491 right now, if you blow it lightly, is pretty close to a slightly out of tune minor 3rd chord. If you get after it really, really loud, it's close to an out of tune major chord. The 3rd wanders a little bit more, which is an interesting thing. But there's some whistles at Cass, I think, that Wings, if Wings is still here, knows about, that basically play a power chord, and they sound bizarre, which is really cool.
Yes, Virginian 3 chime.
Yes, the Virginian 3. I mean, it's just root 5th octave, and it's just like, that's different. I like that. And then the Rio Grande 5s usually play about an A minor 7 chord. They have all the notes of a minor 7th chord. Although you can't perceive them as a chord because they're so out of tune truly that your brain just goes, oh, it's noise. It is train whistle. And there's so many overtones that it doesn't process as a musical thing, really. Although the 3s do pretty decent, so. Josh Johnson, you'd like... Oh, here we go. This is going to be for Leighton while I go use the restroom, probably. I'd like an explain like I'm 5 explanation of what USRA styling is. I'm always confused when someone is talking about a locomotive or car and calls it USRA style. Thanks. Leighton Moreland, the floor is yours. I will be right back.
Hey, so the USRA is called the United States Railroad Administration. It was a legal entity, legal governmental entity that existed from 1917 to 1919. Basically, it is really significant because it is the only time in U.S. history where the government has waved its hand and said, "Lo, you are nationalized now." So during the First World War, it was during the First World War, there was a war on. The railroads weren't playing well together, and in the interest of national defense, the government waved its hand, and it was upheld by the courts, and the USRA came into being. I'm actually reading the autobiography right now of the guy who ran it, so I haven't gotten to that chapter yet. Currently, I'm into his time as treasurer or secretary of the Treasury during the Wilson administration, so a genuinely interesting read. But when it's during that time when the railroads were nationalized, a lot of standardized designs for stuff came out. So when you see like USRA light Mikado, USRA heavy Mikado, USRA outside frame boxcar, those are all standardized designs that were created in the interest of the war effort to just, instead of having 50 different railroads with 50 different designs for a Mikado, boom, here is now one design of Mikado. This is what you get. And after nationalization ended, those designs continued. They were really popular. And actually, the 1309, the last domestically built steam locomotive, or last locomotive built by the Baldwin Locomotive Works for domestic production, was a USRA 2662. So to a large degree, the USRA engines actually kind of represent I wouldn't say the peak of steam design, but really the standard of what modern steam design was. And for the last domestic Baldwin engine was a USRA engine. The last locomotive built in the real steam days by a railroad for railroad purposes was a Norfolk and Western version of a USRA 080 in like 1958. So so when you see stuff that says like USRA style, that's meaning it's either a USRA design or it's riffing off of a USRA design. Which they actually have a Rio Grande connection to them, because the USRA light Mikados, if I remember correctly, Brett, you can correct me, took a lot of design inspiration from the Rio Grande K59s, because those had been built in the early teens and were some of the most modern Mikados in existence at the time in 1917.
Those among others, but the saddles, particularly of the K59s, were dimensionally similar to what would wind up being on some of the USRA designs.
As I'm reading, thanks to Brett, in the sequel to Little Engines and Big Men, get out your eBays right now, kids, because I'm about to ruin this market on this book. This is Brett's copy of Rio Grande Glory Days, which is not, it's by Lathrop again, but instead of stories from his dad and uncle, it's his railroad stories, and he's got a lot of stories about those Ks that I'm in the midst of reading, and this is neat, hearing about standard gauge grand power, and I don't think this book's quite as ridiculous as Little Engines, Big Men, and the stories aren't quite there, but definitely still very good.
It's a lot more slice of lifey.
Yeah,
it's not
definitely.
It's not as much about the glory of the railroad and all that stuff. It very much reads like a biography.
Yes, but it's fun, and the stories are there, and there's a couple passages that I found in that one that have like hit home pretty good so far, which is nice. So hopefully Leighton did a very good job of explaining the USRA, as I'm sure only he can. But anyway, somebody's gonna say something.
Yeah, like the style details itself of USRA is really sort of like, ladder steps, unvisored drum headlight, front-mounted bell, non-lifting injectors, like just very plain, generic kind of look to them, because it had to go everywhere and just use the least amount of stuff.
Well, neat. CoasterFan5363 asks 2 questions. Here in a few months, you'll have a functioning train horn mount. You really want to see if you could put it on a locomotive temporarily. Locomotives usually have their own, but okay. You think you could get it ran at the CRRM? Well, again, all of ours have their own horn setups already. And B, if I were to get any train horn for free, what would I get? I don't know. I'm not near as much of a horn foamer as I am a whistle foamer.
Wabco E2.
Did I get it right? Okay. Yes.
Correct.
The PA. Yeah, those are funny. Some of the big ones that have a bunch of chimes to them are fun. I like it when they have some authority. It's always good. Anyway, Mick, how behind are we on Super Chats?
Not that many. I think 3 or 4, or no, it's more. About 6. I believe it's back up to Bryant Towels.
Okay.
Yep, that's what I'm showing.
Let's hit those real quick. Brian tells, going back to track layouts at different museums, you should look at the number of crossings at the Oklahoma Railway Museum. Lord, dare we even look?
I actually looked up their track plan, and they actually have a nice little railroad. I'm
Really?
kind of jealous of them. It's just an out and back, but
Oklahoma.
they have an S curve. We don't have that.
An S curve? Two curves in 2 directions?
I know, right?
How dare they? That's
Turn left
preposterous.
and right.
We like NASCAR around here. Oh,
Yeah,
that is-
and they have an interchange, so I don't know if they got a tunnel motor. It wouldn't have to show up on tractors.
that would be nice. All right, so this is the Oklahoma Railroad Museum. I don't which direction do they run? Do they run north or south out of there?
It runs down to, like, I think it was Simmons. Basically, the museum's like in the middle of their track. I don't know
Okay,
how.
so they've got a
operation-
station up north. They've got a bit of a run, then the museum, and then there's some stuff.
Also, if you turn on Google Earth or turn on the
Satellite?
aerial, you'll see they actually run through a golf course. So that is,
Really?
yeah.
Oh,
And here I'm gonna make the putt.
oh god, and the train's there. There it is. Okay. Oh yeah, it run through the golf course, run through the golf course, not around it.
Yeah.
Oh, I can just
That's
imagine the jokes that we could have if you derailed a train onto the green. You'd have to be sending it pretty hard to do that. That is a neat little setup.
Slow
But yeah,
golf clap.
lots of crossings, definitely, and those are big crossings. Those are like more serious business crossings. Hopefully, they've got proper treatments and everything. So that's cool. Thank you for sharing. Andrew Pennington upgraded to ES&D Fireman. Well, thank you. Make sure you go check out. There's one video out for Fireman now, and another one coming soon. I just got to get it posted. Thank you, Nick, for that. Michigan Trucker just got home and caught the stream. Cheers. Thank you for the super chat. Sinking Dodge. Again, super chat. Thank you. Were the weights on the narrow gauge locos ever changed for operational needs or recalibrations? The spring rigging did get modifications, yes. And the K37s actually got this to help limit the weight on the trailing truck because, they changed the way that some of that lined out. You can't really change explicitly the weight without doing huge modifications, so that didn't really happen that often, but they tried to change the leverage a little bit to adjust where the weight may land. And so the K37 ended up with kicked hangers on the number 4 driver to try and take a little bit more of the load, make the lever a little bit longer off of the number 4 to make it a little bit more than the trailing truck, hopefully. And then also different springs and stuff like that. So that definitely did happen to some extent, but hopefully your engine was not designed by drunks and you didn't need to do anything. Stares at K28s. Andrew Frame, you just remembered, you can ask me this. What was up with the link signals along MLK? You drive a school bus in the area and always saw them stopping at every intersections. Oh man, did you hit a soapbox topic without even realizing it? Oh boy. Ah, man, This is welcome to the rabbit hole, ladies and gents.
Buckle up, everyone.
Buckle up, everyone. So, transit. Welcome to transit. I used to be, and I'm still technically part-time with Sound Transit as a signal design engineer. And I recently told my boss at Sound Transit, like, I'm sorry, I haven't had any time to do anything for you guys in like the past 3 weeks, and I don't know if I will have time to do things for you again. You know, let's finish up last couple things, and that'll probably be that for my employment there. But I used to be full-time. And we dealt with design of light rail transit signal systems. And so the signals on MLK are completely different to the signals on the rest of the system. So the majority of our transit system with light rail, we have what's called ATP, automatic train protection, and cab signal. And so we have wayside signals that protect entrances to interlockings and vent zones and tunnels for the fire department and stuff. But the signals are enforced by cab signal speed commands. And so we have a code going through the track circuits that tells the train how fast it can run based on conditions. So if the signal is red, the track circuit, or red, they are either vertical or horizontal. So the equivalent of red is a horizontal amber in our case. If it is amber, the train will stop. The track circuit will force it to stop. You enter that track circuit, you get a 0 code, you stop, boom, that's that. It's safe, it's enforced by the track circuits, not just the operator. So multiple layers of safety. MLK is what we call street running, where the trains follow what the signals tell them, but the signals are controlled by the city of Seattle's traffic cabinet. There's no track circuits for speed commands or detection. The signals are literally run like they're a green light, red light, yellow light in the roadway. And so because there is not space to provide treatments for crossings, like the actual MUTCD approved laughs at Leighton's sign, MUTCD approved flashing lights and gates and everything, there's not space to do that. They decided, okay, we'll run at grade and we'll make the trains follow the traffic signals. And so the signals are theoretically coordinated in such a way that when the train is given a go, it's alongside parallel greens with the roadway next to it. And oh my God, the amount of politics that arises from doing this, where you're dealing with the city and people are wondering why some crossings get flashing lights and gates and these ones don't. And there's there's not a million accidents, but the majority of the accidents that the link system has are along the MLK corridor because of this, because you're dealing with people in cars and humans crossing streets and lots more crossings. And remember what we said about you add opportunities for things, you increase the likelihood that they happen. That's where the majority of incidents are, because people are walking in front of the trains. People are making illegal left turns where they can't make a left turn. There's no left turn lane, left on red, all this stuff in front of the train all the time. And it's just one of those frustrating things of, this is supposed to be simple and work, but because people don't follow the rules, it doesn't, and it ends up being a huge obnoxious thing. So those signals don't operate like any of the other signals on the alignment, because they're controlled by the city. They are not controlled by the train. Everything else is vital signal logic. We have multiple checks and balances, multiple stages of safety and vital logic and vital equipment to ensure that we can never have a train going too fast for conditions or overrun a signal or run, a train-to-train collision. And good God, the amount of hazard analysis we did to make that work for the rest of the alignment. But okay, street running, you can't run track circuits there. You can't, because you can't have all of the equipment you need embedded in the street. So there you go. You can't have track circuits. You can't have gates. You can't have all this stuff, and it ends up just being a political nightmare. So
well, you could try doing that thing at Houston Metro.
Houston Metro, you want to talk about a sad study case? People were talking about how we had a bad safety record and we had something like a fatality every other year, and then Houston's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna run the trains into the people. I mean, not literally, but
Mark,
good God, the amount of incidents.
Mark, crossing protection's easy. Just ask RTD.
Yeah. RTD has the opposite problem. If you never run your trains, or if you barely run them, you won't have opportunities to hit things.
That
Something
does
minimizing chances.
That does help your hazard analysis. Yeah, RTD's problem is they tried to tie the crossing activations into PTC, which is a neat idea until you realize that you're trying to integrate two complex systems that have never been integrated before, and it turns out software is a nightmare. So,
hey, that's what I studied for.
Integration hell.
Please, stuff made here clips. Yeah.
And then don't forget when the FRA is telling you that's not how that works, and then they still keep doing it, and then they get mad of why they can't play with their choo-choos.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
Listen to the regulators.
Yep. Oh my goodness, that is quite the YouTuber's name, friend. Kareem, the CN Christmas unit, some other stuff. Train Gaming YouTube, sorry. Didn't you have a 6-chime whistle on 491? Yes, we did, very briefly. For Halloween, we ran my 6-chime on it. But for Polar, we put a 3-chime on because it is much, much less loud and obnoxious for the neighbors. The low tone is less shrill than anything like that, so it's really important.
I would say my favorite whistle at the museum is definitely the ashtray, but that's a different story.
You're a little biased. Leighton's 3-chime, that's a nice little 3. Sean
It's
Kaiser,
sounding-
favorite steam whistle. Your favorite is the Reading 2102 6 chime, which is a D7 sharp 9 based on what you can hear. That sounds vaguely right. Most 6s usually have a 9th to them in my experience. I haven't done analysis on a Reading 6, but Reading 6s are cool. They're very spread in tone. They have the low and the really high. I like the more low stuff. Like I love the Santa Fe 6, which is why that was what I built. It's one of my favorites. SP6s, a good SP6 is fun. The SP6 we had at the museum for a while was really nasally and awful, and I hated it. But like a nice SP6 that's throaty, that's cool. So UNF5 is also great. That whistle's religious. We need to put that whistle back on.
Ooh, that's a good sounding whistle.
I don't. It's
What about
probably
the
not
piano
actually from the
solos?
Uinta,
We're
but John
EP5
Deere boy.
chime.
For Brett, since he knows which tractor is the best, 2-cylinder era is the best era. I will fight anyone who disagrees.
Johnny Popper all the way.
There you go. Sorry, Nick, did you say you were going to say something as well?
I was like 5 seconds late to the party of
whistle
answering
conversation?
whistles, but
Go for
but
it.
I was going to say Canadian Pacific 5 chime. Just nothing beats it.
That is
Yeah.
the media whistle, is it not?
Well, and I mean, watch Rocky Mountain Express and tell me there's a better whistle on the face of this earth. Because I mean, the sound editing in that film is great.
The
but that's a
best
whole other
whistle is the one that you're getting to blow in the moment, in my experience. But yeah,
rant. Good answer.
much like the best beer is free, so the one that you have at the moment. 5 Overland, welcome to the ES&D Conductors. And William Nimmo, he's here. Have a happy and safe New Year, all of yous saving pea cups. That's not how you spell pea cups. It's a different kind of pea cup. We don't pee in those. Okay, we're almost caught up. Rusty Rails Productions upgraded to ES&D Fireman. Well, thank you. And then BS Ent gifting 10 memberships. Thank you. And another upgrade to Fireman with Bandan. Thank you. Well, you guys are on fire. Okay.
Man,
Let's
they're on
see.
firemen.
A101A asks, top 10 extinct steam locomotives could be a class of specific individual locomotives. I'm pretty sure our good friend Christopher Kovacs did a whole video about that, didn't he? Or was that one of
did.
Brian's? I can't remember.
Nope,
Somebody's
that was
got
Chris.
somebody's got a very good video about talking about extinct steam locomotives. It'd be much more intelligent than what we can say. My favorite extinct engine would be, say it with me, folks, the Uinta Articulateds. Cries.
Yeah.
I have my pre-order in for my PBL one, so I pulled the trigger. I do have a pre-order in
Good.
for one of those boys, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah. I'm excited to see that. That's going to be a really cool model. And, you know, if there was just more stuff in S-scale standard gauge, I probably would switch.
Okay, Vinter 1812 Overture while Exploity Boys go off. I went for Smells Like Kenosha because I know it was copyright free and I knew it'd be funny, but 1812 Overture would be good too. Nether Guardian, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Hyce. What are your plans for the new year? Are you visiting any other railroads or doing any fun events at the CRRM? Also, any videos we should be looking for in 2023? Yes to all of these things. We're hopefully going to visit some railroads, get that kicked off on the channel. It's in the works. I won't announce anything because we're still in discussions and planning and figuring things out, and I don't know if things are going to happen yet. But we got a couple, Nick and I got a couple ideas rolling, and hopefully
We
get
sure
some
do.
sponsorships lined up and figured out travel and all that stuff to make it actually feasible, which is very exciting.
Yeah, because that's the big thing is that we hear you guys want it and we want it, and we're talking with other entities that want it. It's really just a matter of making sure that we're able to make it happen.
Yeah,
feasibly.
it would be nice to be able to do it and not
Logistically.
lose money on it.
Exactly, because that's the thing.
I'm
is
fine
that
with
if
breaking
you-
even. Breaking even's great, but I would like to not go broke trying to do this too. So
Yep, but I think there's, based on conversations we've had, people will have a lot to look forward to, and hopefully start seeing that in this calendar year.
yes, hopefully so. CRRM, our schedule's still coming out, but we've got some fun events planned. That it's the usual setup. In May, we'll have a railfan geared event of some variety, which will be fun. Probably have both the engines up or something, if I had to guess. The exciting stuff for the museum is next year, or is it 23 that we're doing Chama and then 24 we're doing Durango, or is it both 24? I can't remember.
I was just trying to remember. The last I heard was 23 in Cha, but I don't know if they've heard out of why am I spelling his name?
Laro. Yeah.
I don't know if they've heard out of Laro for this year, and if that's not the case, then that might fall through.
Okay, so possibly 20 again on the Cumbres and Toltec later.
Also, I don't know allowed to talk about that, John.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody's told me otherwise, so I mean, it's possibly a thing. It's nothing.
Dusty was watching, so if he still is, I'll get an angry here in a couple
All right,
seconds.
Dusty, fire me if I'm being bad and exposing things, but I've heard people talk pretty openly about it. So if it was under wraps, it's not anymore. Thanks, internet. Anyway. So hopefully that's gonna be a thing, but I mean, once it's official and scheduled and everything, we'll let y'all know. One thing that is fun is that there'll be some content coming from is us three idiots are going to Durango for the winter photo charter. So we'll be in Durango and we'll see who we can bother and what we can get filmed. And there will probably be, it'll probably be Brett and I, because I think Leighton's being weird and taking his girl or something. Ew.
There for most shenanigans. I will have to say, I hear it's going to be kind of warm down there for February. Like it's going to be in the 70s down there.
Oh, it's going to be in the 70s for sure, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude.
Mark and I get to share the loft again.
Yeah.
Fort Kick-Ass will ride again.
in Fort Kick-Ass will ride again. Yeah, when we were in Antonito, Brett and I had a little fort up in the loft. That was so much fun. Yeah. I
just got a text from Dusty. I don't know if we're supposed to talk or not.
Okay, good. Woohoo! All right. Well, the internet knows that maybe something's happening. Whatever. Who cares?
Well, that's the approximate delay.
Yeah, there you go. What's the stream delay? About 30 seconds. Because anytime I run through it does. I don't know. I don't have a delay set, but it ends up being that way. Anyway, so we're going to Durango. And that's exciting. And Brett and I will probably road trip podcast some stuff. Maybe we'll stop and film the Smells Like Kenosha video that I've always wanted to film because I've never walked the grade there on the way back or something.
February's not the time to do it. Just gonna throw.
But yeah, it just depends on just how snow and just how cold it is.
This is true. Also, there are moose up there, so I'm not we want to mess with them this time of year.
That is true.
Durango is within reasonable driving distance of me, but I'm not sure I want to February drive to Durango.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be adventure. I was threatening to take the GTO until I remembered February, but anyway.
Oh yeah,
that would be a vibe. How much did the trip to Durango cost? Everything, all of the gas. Yeah. Anyways, so lots of fun stuff. Lots of fun videos coming. As far as like 2023 for videos goes, I need to get into the big 101 videos again. I've done some that were named Railroad 101 or that were like shorter or whatever, but like I talked about doing grade crossings and interlockings 101 a while back and special track work 101 and stuff like that. And I'm interested to see how those videos do because they're more educational and they did really well before. I'm interested to see how they do that now that the channel's got like 4 times the subscribers and the engagement and stuff. So see what that looks like. But those are a ton of work to put together and they're hard for me to work on because I need so much dedicated time to sit down and do them. And I'm very much I like to work through stages of things in chunks. And the chunks are so big that it's kind of challenging for me to get time to work on them. So I'm putting it in my resolutions to work on those in the coming year. So hopefully we'll see some of those.
I'll do the shameless plug because I haven't heard any of us do it yet. Y'all should subscribe if you haven't already and hit that bell button because that's how you're going to find out first thing those videos drop.
Yeah, there's
links in the description below.
Yeah, links and things. And we have 330 viewers and only 203 likes. Like, come on, guys. You got buttons to press.
Smash that bell. Smash the bell. Ring the subscribe button.
The word is not in the description, and I'm very disappointed.
Oh, well, I should probably fix that. That's also on my New Year's resolutions is to get some more t-shirts on the merch store because I really, really want to do the Do Not Hump shirt, and I also really, really want to do the End of Standard Gauge sign shirt because that's the politics I'm here for. End of Standard Gauge, yeah.
End of Standard Gauge.
Because that would be something that would be very fitting for the brand. So
I have not forgotten about the Wu-Tang shirt. I want that.
Oh yeah,
you should.
We gotta do that.
I am still gonna make that.
We gotta make
I just
that.
need to, like the brain cells to fit it more. I will send after this over. I will send you some messages as to some Camel Guys shit posting.
Very good.
I
Ron
will
wants to
eagerly
know-
await those. That sounds like blast.
Okay.
Someone wants to know when peak hoodie.
Peak up hoodie when we should get peak up. That would be good. That would be a good t-shirt and hoodie. Yeah. Okay. Simpson Music and Productions. What is the biggest narrow gauge train that's not from the Uinta Railroad? Well, if we're talking like spirit of narrow gauge and not just like, oh, this is narrow gauge because it's not standard gauge, but it's the national gauge, stares at Cape gauge. I don't know, biggest 3-foot gauge, biggest narrow gauge around that's not like someone's standard gauge might be the K37.
No, dude. There were those like meter 2882s.
Oh, good God. Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
in Brazil.
That's right. And then like there was the stuff with the HRO1 and the NDM, and yeah, there's a lot of big articulated down south, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, those are actually bigger than the Uinta ones.
Fair margin, like they are.
Those were on the tech
tall.
tree. Right.
I think Brazil has some Yellowstones as well.
Oh, sweet. That would have been cool.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Brill Bus Boot Camp. What's the most fun New Year's celebration you've seen involving trains? You were there for some shenanigans involving a modern light rail vehicle, streetcar, a bag full of track torpedoes, a very confused policeman, and a trolley operator hooting and laughter. Long story. I'd love to hear the story someday. That sounds fun. My favorite was at midnight of my first New Year's at BNSF. I was working shop foreman, third shift into the new year, into 2018. And I asked at the briefing, like, come on, guys, what are we doing at New Year's? And they had traditions, but nobody wanted to get caught. And I was still like new. And I was like, guys, I don't care. I know that we're going to have fun. I just want to be in on it. And they're like, oh, okay. So we all went down to the service track, and right at midnight, we blew every train horn in existence, every single employee of the shop. It was like 15 or 16 of us, but it's like, there's midnight, and just like the cacophony of 16 EMDs just blowing horns. And yeah, anyone in the Magnolia residence of Seattle was awake, I'm sure. That was my most fun. Of course, shortly, like, an hour and a half thereafter, one of the diesel locomotives decided to puke literally all of its engine oil on the ground, and that New Year's became very unfun very fast. But yeah, we dealt with that, had to deal with the EPA cleanup stuff, made it home at 4 a.m. It was awful, and there were still people partying because my roommates had thrown a party, and I didn't know them, so I was nervous, and they had been snorting Adderall off of the living room table, and it's just like, what is going on at this household? So I stayed up all night to make sure they wouldn't do anything stupid, and I got really hammered, and I made everyone pancakes at like 11 in the morning, and that was the most railroad I ever felt. So just hammered, handle of Jack Daniels on the stove.
Several pancakes.
He just like, who wants pancakes? I make really good pancakes. Yeah.
I'm making the flapjacks.
Yeah, that was a vibe. Eclectic Ranger, been watching and enjoying your content for over a year. One of the early ones, then. Thank you. Curious on when 346 will be back in service. Eventually. I wish I had a better answer.
Soon.
As soon as we can.
Soon, TM. Yes.
I had to step away for a minute. Did we get through all the super chats?
I haven't seen any a minute. There's probably one or two that we haven't got. Let me look. I got BSN. I got Bandan upgrading. Smokey, Happy New Year's, gentlemen. Thank you. Christopher Broad, I think. Again, thank you. Updated to Conductor. Thank you. And then Smokey, class trip? I assume you mean Cass. Yeah, if we can fit Cass in, that would be fun. I know that we've talked about filming and stuff there. It's just West Virginia's a long way away, and that's a lot to like traveling with Kit and coordinating. Like if I'm going to go film somewhere to film the location, like I want to try and bring one of these two idiots if I can, or bring Nick or someone, have cameraman. Like I don't want to be producing crap content if I'm going out of the way to fly somewhere, and so it gets expensive fast. Or Mickley if Mickley's balking back there. Yeah.
I'm probably the most expensive one to take with, so.
Anyway. That's the thing about it is that with any of these trips, I mean, it makes sense for Mark to be working off of just the GoPros when he's on home turf, especially, just having that last minute idea. But any of these trips are going to have to be heavily planned.
Yep.
And for that level of logistics, it just there's more coverage you could do. There's more you could have a specific game plan as like what are the topics and how are we going to schedule it so it's all really tight within the time that we're there.
We need to have a strong game plan. We need to know what content we're going to film, what stories we're going to tell to make sure the videos will do well. We really need to talk to railroad management and get railroads involved and get their buy-in on it so that it's not just, oh, I'm coming to film some things and people don't understand what's going on. Like it needs to be kind of a higher level thing because it's hilarious to say that I'm running a higher level production now, but guess what? That's kind of where we're aiming. So
that's the thing. If we go to some of these places and we're like, we're a YouTube channel, and they'll go, they'll I don't have to even say what they'll be thinking. Y'all know what they'll be thinking.
Okay,
so
Fulmer, go sit there with your camera. Great.
Right.
Yeah. No, we're trying to do a different thing. Yeah.
If we want to do anything in depth and interesting, it has to be methodically planned out so that we're not stepping on anyone's toes.
Precisely.
Because like the easiest way to get ourselves banned from filming is to step on toes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're not here to do that or expose bad things or make operations look bad. We want to go to railroads, show off the badassness of the equipment, talk about the history, explain why they're important, give a 101 on, if I go to Cass, this is why the Cass scenic exists. This is the story of the locomotives, the big shays, this is why they're here. Why do they still run? What's cool about the locomotives? What's the history? Talk about the locations, the shop, the people, tell the history of those locations. I don't want it just to be, hey, I went and I filmed this choo-choo. Because it's like, okay, anyone can do that, and we're trying to strive for
plenty of YouTube
a thing.
To do that.
Yeah. So
there's roughly
and like honestly, I mean that's why I dropped the make sure you subscribe thing. But the reality is, when we go to these places and we say, hey, this is what we want to do, being able to say that Merck's got right now 46, but almost 50,000 subs, like that's so much easier to put it into context because then it's like there's a sizable audience for this, and then being able to show off examples of both the kind of serious educational stuff, the silly stuff, the stuff that falls in between.
Yeah,
like that I mean, so the super chats are awesome. All of your support. Number one thing you could do is subscribe, because just being able to have that number and then take that number to shop it to other people and say, this is how many people are watching Hyce content,
and to be able to say, there's been a measured impact at my museum by my YouTube channel and the people coming around and coming to say hello and wanting to see stuff based on the channel. I mean, I've had people come from the Netherlands. I've had people come from Australia who are like, yeah, I was thinking about visiting the States and I decided to plan the trip because I saw your thing and I thought it would be great to come see the museum. And it's like, holy crap, I had no idea that this was going to be a thing. And so be able to show the railroads that, there's going to be benefit for them in PR-wise, helps them, helps us, helps the industry. And that's what we really want to be here to do, is because we all love this stuff. And if people don't understand what it is or why it is or can appreciate that things, it's going to go away. And none of us want to see that. So the goal is really, let's show off the railroads. Let's put a nice spotlight on it, talk about all the cool stuff, and try and get people interested and involved. So anyway, soapbox over.
Mark, you're famous.
Oh, you're famous.
You can't just go around all willy-nilly.
Yeah, no, it's weird how quickly it went from no one to now. I don't know. I hate saying, oh, I'm famous. I'm a YouTuber. I'm an influencer, because I've gotten an email that said, dear influencer, and I'm like, don't let this go to your head. Like, ooh, snake farm. But it's interesting. The amount of people that come up to me and like, oh yeah, I've seen your stuff, is like, I had no idea. And then, I mean, Bacon was the one who pointed it out to me. He's like, you've got 40-something thousand subscribers. Here's a football stadium with less people than that in it. It's like, oh, that's a lot of people. When it's just a number, it's like you look for line to go up and you get so set in that mindset. And then, understanding that it's that many people and the journey that we've been on this year has been incredible. And I love the community that's come around it too. So, yeah.
One of my favorite videos of all time. I don't remember who made it, but it was some video about just visualizing numbers in Minecraft.
Okay.
And after you get past 1,000, it is insane to think about how many of one thing that is.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. It looks like we got a couple more super chats coming in, and I did see briefly got a glimpse of a comment. What Molly said about the stories from the railroad and volunteers is half the history, not just the equipment. Absolutely, that's the thing that I really want to get, and particularly with some of the older heads that have been around and been in the industry, is I want to try and get some interviews and just listen to the stories, because some of those people who've been around and done this stuff, who aren't going to be here in 5, 10, 20 years or something, they've got incredible knowledge and stories that need to be remembered and shared. And so I'm excited to try and, find those and tell those stories too, because that's the equipment's cool. The trains are cool. We love it. We love our engines. We love the girls, but the stories, the people, the involvement, the humanity of it is the important thing. And that's what connects people to all this stuff. Without it, it's just a train. If you guys didn't know about my YouTube channel, for the general public out there, the museum's engines are just steam engines, but you've heard me talk about Peaches and Grandma and the Angry Elf and the stories and our connection to them, and that's what makes it special, and that's what makes it interesting. So, anyway,
and I think part of
stories, these are just collections of iron and bronze.
True.
And the benefit of the work that Mark's doing is also taking what all of us love and bringing it to a larger audience, because I think a lot of us are kind of tired of just not being understood in one sort of or another. And there's a lot of people who just have a kind of I was talking to a relative of mine recently. He said, I thought that all rail fans were over the age of 50, and until I met you. So being able to communicate that this fan community is out here, and these are the types of things that we explore as a fan community, and be able to bring other people in, not necessarily as full-fledged rail fans, but just here's something that we have in common with other fan communities, makes everybody the better for it.
Absolutely. And I think that's my favorite thing, other than bringing the community together on the channel and the Discord, knowing that there's people like you and people that have these interests out there. Because when I was a little kid, I was bullied for liking trains. Because, you like Thomas the Tank Engine, you never grew up. Like, I've heard it all. And I didn't have friends that liked this, save for my granddad, who passed away when I was 10, So I didn't have anyone to share this with when I was younger. And I know that there's a lot of people in positions like that, or in positions where they don't have many, friends online or not online that are into these sorts of things. And they don't feel that sense of community, and being able to help foster that has been amazing and rewarding for me, to know that I've helped change things for the better for some individuals. But to know that public perception is slowly changing as well is amazing, because that's the whole thing. You go around, what do? Oh, I pretend I'm 4 years old and I play with my choo-choo trains. Oh, okay, that's cute. You like Thomas. And it's like, well, no, it's badass. It's $4.91 and it'll run you over. Like, come on. It's not. Alamosa. Yeah. So, it's great to be able to be a part of that journey, because it's something that I've loved my whole life. And I'm glad that everyone here celebrates and shares. So anyways. Look at us and being big, deep conversations on this day.
With that, so I'm from Arizona, yay, woo. But we have a road museum. It's like Stillman McCormick Railroad Park or something like that. And I had never been, right? And I'm not, kind of more of a closet foamer, I guess you could say. I just like trains. I don't know a whole lot about them.
And that's fine.
I went there on a weekday, and the park was packed. And I was astonished, because I didn't realize that many people were into trains. Because at least in my circles, I've never really been exposed to it till I get in this circle, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's really neat to see, be able to meet people who like what you like, and bring that enjoyment to other people.
Definitely.
They have a 15-inch line there. It's like a mile long.
That's fun.
Super cool.
It's more track than us.
Way to rub it in.
Well, everyone's got more track than us, including Lakeside. So, all right, let's catch up on the super chat, shall we? Corey Gibson, Hyce plus Lori's Mechanical Marvels collab when? Yeah, we all want that. Ever since Leighton and Brett were the one who introduced me to his channel, and it's like, oh, he is just my British counterpart. Yeah, let's do that. That'd be fun. I've heard he likes the Ks too. So Lori, come on over.
Run the 37.
Run the 37. We can make it happen. Benjamin Muth, idea
Let it
for 20.
with metric pattern chorus engines.
Yes. Idea for 2023, super chat controlled Lime launchers for each of you. Man, that sounds like a bad idea. I'm all for it.
Oh, that sounds awful.
All
Also,
we
that
gotta
sounds
do there is
that sounds not fair at all, because then Hyce would be getting all of mine and Brett's money, because we would want to, throw limes at each other.
Well, we'd cut you in on it. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
all we gotta do there is set up one of those streams where like you know the streams that are like Minecraft but the viewers control the
Right.
game?
You just gotta have to have a keyword in the chat box, and then that program's like have an Arduino that's looking for it, and it controls the servo, and it just like limes at the. We could do it. It would be possible. It'd be silly, but maybe
I
for
was
when
thinking
we
more
eventually do a
like-
live citation needed.
Maybe.
All right, Aragorn.
We'd have to tone it down though, because we'd go through dozens of limes.
Yeah, that'd
if not closer to hundreds.
be a problem. Just wait until we have Jimmy
Yep.
on the show. That's gonna be a problem.
Oh no.
That's gonna be a problem.
We need to go to Costco for some citrus.
Yep.
Twitchy has DM'd me saying he can program that.
Okay, well, Twitchy, make it happen. Here we go. Aragorn 124356. You almost got me with that. Hey, Hyce, found you through Con and Railroads Online. Love your content. It's the closest you can get to the Newfoundland Railroad that was all pulled up in the early 80s. Keep being you, buddy. Cheers, mate. That's awesome. Christopher Kovacs. He's still here. He was bullied as a kid for liking trains too. And while you make YouTube videos and narrate Greg Scholl stuff, you try to stay humble about it all. Yeah, that is the interesting challenge here. And interesting for me. I always try to be honest and genuine and humble, and it can be challenging sometimes now with, the limited amount of success. It's like, okay, keep it in perspective, stay being you, don't become some rompous butthole. So, trying to do my best.
Pretty good so far.
Knock on wood.
So far.
So far.
Don't let the air chuck on your head.
Right. It is. Gotta set the regulator. Jared Stafford, ESD conductor for 5 months. Let's get that Lime launcher and live citation needed. We threatened to do live citation needed, or two of these people are lying for today, but the logistics of actually setting it up was just not going to happen. I need to get a laptop and a portable streaming rig, and then we can do it, because the thing you're not seeing is my backdrop looks very much nicer now, but I am in a 4-foot wide space. I've got amps right here, and I've got guitars right here. You could probably fit 2 people right here, but it would be very cozy. And it just does not hold a candle over the internet the same way it does in person. So we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
And maybe someday we could do the Tom Scott True thing and have like a real live studio audience. That would be a dream. Maybe in coordination with some other event or something, but that'd be fun.
The next Great Western Steam Up. And coming to you live, Hyce and the Morons.
Heist and the Morons. How do we get on the bill for that? Gotta figure out.
Would
what
we
that
have
is.
to limit it to like engineers or something for that?
I don't know. We'll see. 5 Overland.
Exclusive tickets.
My friends and I are planning a trip next year to go all the scenic railroads in Colorado and spend a week doing it. That sounds like not enough time for all of them, but yeah, the museum is on the list of places for us to stop and spend a day-ish there. Well, awesome. Just let us know. Come swing by. I will probably be there. I'm there 5 days a week still. You may or may not see these kids unless it's a Saturday, but when you're planning trips and stuff, I mean, 'tis what it is. But yeah, definitely a good place to go. And all of the tourist railroads in Colorado are pretty awesome. So yeah, you could definitely spend 10 days here. I mean, there's like 7 or 8 of them, I think. So including us.
Yeah.
So it's a long list and a lot of driving, but it's pretty. Okay. And Brookville Bronco is now an ES&D conductor. Welcome. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back to the pre-asked questions. We're vaguely halfway through them, if you can imagine it.
Which is a good transition time for me to say that I have to sign off for the evening, because it is evening.
It is
where
evening
I'm at.
over on the East Coast. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Nick, and it was great to have your insight and have you talk about some of the future plans too.
I look forward to it very much. Take care, guys.
Bye, sir. Okay. William Grantham. He's one of our engineers. How does powered reversing gear work? You have a dual acting air cylinder that grabs where the Johnson bar would grab, basically. So when you push, you've got a solenoid lever that looks kind of like a Johnson bar, and that tells it how far to move. And I'm not entirely certain if it just does it by comparison of pressure or exactly the true mechanical means for how that happens, but you just are controlling a solenoid that then controls that piston that's run by air. And on most engines, there's also a steam override. In the event that you lose air, you can set it up with steam instead, which the Yellowstones famously did not, which is why the Rio Grande binned one, or at least that's what they blamed it on. And the shop bathroom key is mounted on one of those valve handles. We have one, the steam override power reverse handle. They're yellow and triangular.
So a cool thing about power reversers is they work on a similar principle as, like, do you know what what's called a useless machine is? Where you turn it on and the only thing it does is turns itself off.
Yes.
Yeah. A power reverse valve basically works like that, where when you move the handle, it opens the inlet valve for it in a way that it then wants to move the other component of that valve to close off that hole you made. And that then moves the
so it's self-closing
linkage.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So you move it to a position and it just moves it enough to correspond till it closes itself.
Yeah,
That's cool.
it finds a new equilibrium and then the valves are then set to that position.
Yeah.
Very fancy.
It just grabs the reach rod of what the Johnson bar would have controlled. And some of our Ks had them. The Rio Grande K28s got power reverse added late when they were in Durango and then removed again because reasons.
Maintenance.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. Mean Metal Mike asks, hey, Hyce, if you had to put an East Coast whistle on the 491, what would you use? Reading 6-chime, hands down. I can't think of any other East Coast whistle I like that much. Oh, goodness. Okay. This is a lot of questions from this one individual. I'm going to read through them real quick. Mick, do we have any live questions?
Yes, I have a selection.
Okay. Why don't read one?
For all 3/4 of an idiot, as a child, how would you have felt about receiving a lump of coal for Christmas?
I would have been very confused, but probably okay with it.
Probably the same.
Yep.
Confused, but still okay with it.
Okay, so I'm sifting through. I think I'd have the same. I'm sifting through all these questions from Union Pacific and Rio Grande historian. He asked 7 questions, and several of them are ones that are like I don't really have a good answer for, or are the questions where it's like there's not really a good discussion point on. So we're just gonna hit a couple of these. Sorry about that, but let's see. Out of all of the Rio Grande RGS, I had 3-foot gauge engines, Colorado, that had equipment. Which locomotive would you want to restore into running order the most? Out of the stuff in Colorado. Most of it's already all running. I want 99 out of the 3-foot stuff.
Yeah.
I want 99.
99's cool.
490.
If we can do stuff that doesn't currently exist, Montezuma or a bogey.
Zuma, bogey, Uina articulated, stuff that doesn't exist.
That's a good one. The Uina 062s are really cool.
Those would be cool too. That's a lot of big meaty power and small little thing. So
yeah. I don't know. The Masons aren't big meaty power.
No, it's true. But the Masons would be neat.
They would be cool.
I've not done anything with geared engines, he asked. Let's see. Here's one for Leighton. He says you're going to be proud of him for this one, but I think you're going to be mad at him for this one. Is there any probability that the DNRGW 268 will be bought and restored by the museum, or maybe the town of Gunnison will do it themselves?
No. Next question.
I have a feeling. No.
No.
Yes.
So here's the thing about the museum in Gunnison. It is a museum with a train, not a train museum. So the museum is really... It's kind of like the town, I don't want to say the town junk closet, but the town memory cabinet, of which the train is part of it.
It's like that hutch at your grandma's place behind the dining room table that makes it really awkward to sit there on Thanksgiving, but nobody has the heart to tell her to get rid of it.
Yep. Just with a lot more tractors.
Beautiful.
So what I imagine Jeff Taylor's dining room looks like.
Well, probably.
Accurate.
It's a museum of the train, not a train museum. I'm doing some restoration stuff. We have a new smokestack on order, so the diamond stack will be disappearing. The caboose is going to be getting some pretty major restoration work. It might be going to Durango. So there's
What about the weed burner?
yes and.
Very good.
So yeah, there's stuff going on. There are 2 other C16s. Not all of them need to. Not every engine that's in a park needs to run.
That's
And-
the absolute truth of preservation. We could have a whole field day with this one too. Some of them deserve to be stuffed and mounted.
Some of them deserve to be stuffed and mounted. 268's not a bad candidate, but it doesn't make sense for, the museum right now. Volunteer-wise, the museum doesn't do any actual they don't do restoration stuff. That's not the kind of museum they are. I'm kind of one-man armying it with some help from some other people, but it just doesn't. It's not something that makes sense for the museum. It'd be super cool. We have Museum of Gunnison has an original Denver South Park and Pacific pump car, and I'd like to lay some tracks so people can play with that thing. But that's just another project that it takes time, money, and people, and brain cells, which I don't have enough of.
There you go.
I gotta ask though, how expensive was this pump car?
Was it
Was it in
$400?
fact a $400 hand car? I cannot speak to that.
It's probably
however,
not
that-
$400 if it was original South Park. Can't tell.
Yeah,
me.
I don't know what the original catalog price of a pump car was. So
Not much, I would think. Anyway.
Well, just look in Railroads Online. It's a perfect historic representation, remember?
right. And I totally am not currently using a B-class porter to push one hopper car up an 8% grade, and it's somehow doing it.
Layton's playing Railroads Online during this? Are you multitasking? How dare you?
I've been on Facebook Marketplace.
How dare you? You don't have 4 monitors up that are all the stream? How could you do this? I literally have 4, and they're all... Yeah, anyways.
Yeah, well,
Nice.
I only have 2.
All right. Union Pacific and Rio Grande Historian, the last question that we'll answer on stream here for you. Talked about different layouts you're planning, you and your friends. It sounds like I had one myself at one point. Can you tell us about them? And if I had one, what's my favorite layout and locomotive? I used to have a 4x8 sheet of plywood based on the Cripple Creek Central track plan from Model Railroader many moons ago at my mom's house. I think the 4x8 sheet of plywood is probably still there, and it probably still has some track on it if I'd bet. But that was HO scale, and I pretty much sold all my HO scale stuff to friends. Dusty ended up with a bunch of it, resold a lot of it to Jimmy. I sold a bunch of my engines to Nick Valdez because, he likes big Union Pacific steam, and I had a big boy and a Challenger and an FEF and everything. And I love that big boy model I had. It was a Broadway limited one.
No big boy.
No big boy. And watching it pull 95 cars up a real 2% grade in HO scale, which if you know HO scale steam engines was absurd. That was very cool. I love that engine. These days I have a 6-foot chunk of SN3 layout that I tried to fit in my backdrop, but I needed another foot. So I've just got my SN3 choo-choos up on the risers with their respective builder's plates on the shelf given to me by none other than Leighton Moreland. So someday I will do more layout things, and I'd love to do a Hyce Builds a Model Railroad series, but it just depends. I might do a short little thing in here, but hopefully I might be moving sometime in the next year, so I don't really want to make too much of a ridiculous railroad here. Anyway. From Niels Lean-Necht, I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that name. Could you please play more Citation Needed? You loved the first 2 and have watched both multiple times. Yes, that is in the game plan. We have more fun filming the 2 of these people are lying, for sure. We all kind of agreed upon that. But the Citation Needed is also fun and makes for a better story and an easier watch, I think, and more likely to be clicked on. So we're going to do a second season of the 3/4 Idiot Show with those things, and probably do another set of 5 or 6 or something, doing those again. It's just a question of when can we film them, and we'll have proper audio and things these days. So that's going to be very exciting. But Polar Express ate our face, basically. We end all of our time. So actually, we could probably film that even next week if we really wanted to get real spicy. Not to throw plans at you guys, but if we wanted to do that sometime soon, that'd be fun.
Full management.
Anyways, so yes, soon. Highball 5550 on the similar question here. What is the story behind you throwing limes at Leighton? Well,
can we talk about that? I suppose we can talk about
we
that
can
one.
talk about that one.
I don't think that's a story that's been told, and it's a shame because that's one of the funniest stories.
We haven't told the whole story. No, we've briefly mentioned it, so we might as well tell the whole story. So somebody will have to clip this probably someday. But anyway, so after Steam Up, when Colorado Crossings in May this year, after that Steam Up, we went. We realized that Mickey McGowan, the engineer who wrecked 346, the smells like Kenosha man himself, is buried in Golden. And so we said, okay, well, he's the reason that we have 346. Like, oddly enough, yes, he wrecked it, but that's the reason it was saved. And, we wanted to go pay our respects to him and actually, genuinely go see his grave and everything. And so we went and saw the grave, and we still need to get it straightened. His tombstone is falling over. Anyway, but we went and saw that, and then we decided, go get dinner afterwards, and we went to an establishment known as the Rock Rest, which is a sometimes very School of Mines populated establishment, and sometimes a riffraff populated establishment.
I don't know that you'd call it the local dive bar, but it's
close.
Kind of
it's a local.
It's somewhere between a sports bar and a dive bar.
So
like it's not exactly a class establishment.
It's a wading bar. It's a shallow pool bar. Like it's not quite. You can't dive into
a paddling bar.
But,
paint a picture of a place that's a good place for a bar fight. Rock Rest would probably be it.
Yeah.
It's a place that has cheap liquor and cheap food and is just kind of, that's where you go for that.
The reason why it's full of School of Mines students on Tuesday nights is because it's $2 pint night. You can get any pint you want for $2, and they have like 30 beers on tap, and you can get like Guinness and like good beers for $2. They won't be poured correctly because they're trying to serve 10 billion thousand people. But anyways, that was a college experience. Go get hammered on a Tuesday night and stagger home. That was always fun. I used to live about a half mile from there. But anyways, we go for dinner and order a pitcher of Modelo for the table.
They're just to paint the picture. We're on the patio, and there are six of us. There's us three. Dusty, Jimmy, Dusty's from the COG, and I believe Leo
was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Leo, who's popped in on chats before and is a part of the Discord, some of you know. So we're all there, and we're all, still dressed down railroad pretty much for the most part. Dusty and I might have been
filthy too.
Dusty and I might have been changed out, but most people were like overalls, Steam Up, gross. Everyone's face was gross, kind of thing. So we're enjoying beer, whatever. We finish beers, and Jimmy starts one of his pun trains, which is why we kind of want to have him. We do and we don't. We want to have him be the fourth on Three-Quarter Idiot. But we also don't.
Disastrous.
It's gonna be. It'll either be funny or it'll be too much. We don't know, but it'll be fun. So we're probably going to try and schedule that. But he started on the pun train, which got everyone kind of going with the stupid puns. And Leighton made some joke about putting the lime into coconut.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah. As a pun, because we had Modelo's, so we had the limes in the beer. And I had just finished my beer, and I had the lime in it. And usually when you try and get, like, if you've got a Blue Moon and you've got the orange slice in there, it usually takes hell and back to get the damn thing out so that you can then, bite a little slice of your citrus or whatever. And I had the lime in there.
In a beer bottle.
Right. And so I went to tip my glass at Leighton to try and hit him in the face with the lime because reasons. And I sent that thing fucking flying. I sent that lime across hell and back. It cleared Leighton's head by a foot at least. Flies across the bar. Nailed some dude's girlfriend in the face one table over, and he was pissed.
He the full-on cartoon. He shoves the chair back, pounds on the table, stands up and turns around, and is face to face with, albeit we're trembling, but six guys dressed in the overalls. We're filthy, we're burly, we must have looked like hell. And this dude was just mad and crazy enough. He turned around and you could see in his mind doing the mental calculus of, I'm about to kick six guys' asses.
I could still do this. I will still take all six of these guys.
he looked really ready to go toe to toe in a bar fight with all six
He did.
of us.
He grabbed the lime. He took the lime in hand, and he did the "I'm a pissed off big fucking man" walk over to the trash and violently threw it in the trash. Turned around and stared at us and was taking big clomping steps in his cowboy boots. Sat back down, and I was like absolutely freaking mortified. Like, I was just trying to hit Leighton. Had no clue that I'm so uncoordinated with this shit. Like, I had no idea I was even capable.
Sports ball.
I can't do it. I'm a musician. I suck at sports. I can't do that stuff. So I had no idea I was going to be capable of launching a lime like 30 feet. So I went over, apologized, and he said, "You go sit the fuck down back at your fucking table." And I was like,
will you please just leave? You're
Yeah.
you know, this guy was not like you.
Like,
I think you went over and were like,
I was trying to be
you're
very...
offer to buy their meal
I
or
did.
something.
I
Like,
literally offered to
we
pay
were
for
all
their
sitting
dinner.
at the table like, oh my god, we're about to get thrown out of the rock
I
press.
was so mortified. And eventually he calmed down and he came back over and he's like, "Hey, I realized you were genuinely trying to apologize, and I realized that it was a mistake or something. Let's just shake on it." And I was like, "Okay, I'm good with that. Everyone else good with that? Yep, okay."
This was after he stormed off to the restroom. He looked at, Wade kicking the shit out of all of us,
Right.
realized that was a bad idea because there were 6 of us, and stormed off to the
Forgot
bathroom.
about that. Yeah.
And
That was part of the tension because he stormed off to presumably the bathroom. We thought he was going to go get the manager and
yeah.
have us all thrown out or arrested or some
Right.
shit.
The great
Yeah.
limening. So the mystery citrus. Yeah.
That is why we throw limes at each other.
Right after you came back to the table, I just tried to change the conversation. I said, "How about that pop car?" And somebody fired up a really poppy motorcycle right at that moment.
That was funny. Because we'd run the pop car behind the train. And the whiz kids. I hope you're still working on getting your beanie, by the way.
We need to make
Yeah, so that's where the mystery citrus comes from.
It was a bar fight after a day of steam
An
up,
almost
or a very
almost
near
bar fight. Yeah.
The near miss bar fight.
Oh, yeah. So that's a thing. Anyways, it looks like we missed a couple of super chats here, so let's catch up real
I
quick.
believe there's 5. You're
Starting
back
with
up to-
Bacon. Yeah. Bacon again. Hey, dude.
You might wrap those
Did
real quick, and
we-
then I think
did we
Leighton and
get
I are going to have to go.
Yeah, we're gonna have
get
to
ready
go.
for New Year's stuff tonight.
All good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll be on a little bit longer than you guys, but that's all good. So we'll get those, and we'll say our final goodbyes to Brett and Leighton here. So Bacon M13, the show contestants in the cab, operating while playing. Live studio audience is writing in the coaches. If we do a truly live version, that would be a hilarious way to do it. Although we'd want to do it in such a way that does not compromise focus and safety. So maybe that we just do it on the train, and we probably shouldn't have someone trying to run while yeah. That'd be
would be a
hilarious, but not the best in interest of safety.
What part of safety is that?
Yeah, what part of safety is that? Looks at us having a snowball fight across 346 that one time. Anyways. Braden.
I forgot about that. That's got to be we were talking about fun snow memories
Oh
earlier.
god, I forgot about the funniest snow memory.
That.
Me,
Yes!
Paul, and Dusty having a snowball fight across the engine. Yeah, that wins.
You using the coal shovel to catapult snow over the tender to hit the brakeman on the platform of the first coach.
Okay, so
We're telling this
story now. So it's snowy. It's like April, of course, because April in Colorado, it's snowy.
I think it was the Easter train.
I think it was the Easter train. I was firing 346, and I was leaning out to see if the injector overflow is picking up, and I get nailed in the side of the head with a snowball. And I look back, and there's Paul Montz with a shit-eating grin and another snowball just tossing it up and down. And Paul is like the quietest, most sweet, wonderful, gentle, nice, one of the most like genuinely wonderful and sweet humans I know. And he's just quiet until he's hilarious. That is the personality. He won't say much, and then he'll just drop the bomb and make you laugh. And there he is, shit-eating grin with a snowball, and it's like, Paul? And so, yeah, I grabbed the coal scoop because I couldn't get any snow. I was on the engine firing.
Because we're on a moving train.
I couldn't get down, and I was like, I gotta get these guys back. And so I grabbed the scoop, and I was able to lean down the hand on the handrail, 3 points of contact, use the scoop to fish up some snow, and then I made some snowballs. And I tried to throw one back down the side of the tender, and I couldn't get him because I'm uncoordinated, as we discussed. And Dusty got into it, and so they were both like trying to get me over the tender and hitting me off the side. And it's like trying to coordinate firing the engine and keeping that going while also maintaining a snowball fight, which we did, but it was challenging.
Meanwhile, the train comes into the station, and I'm sitting on the platform or whatever. Mark leans down from the locomotive and is like gesturing frantically. It's like, oh fuck, what's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong? And I see gesturing from Paul and Dusty on the platform of the first coach. It's like, oh, geez, something must be really wrong. And I, kind of go over to the train, and I'm half jogging alongside it because they're not going that fast. And everybody's like, pass snow up to me. And you just see snowballs getting exchanged over the tender in little volleys. It's like, oh, God.
I could never hit him, so I finally ended up crawling up the coal pile and going over the main reservoir and hit them both with it as they're on the first platform. And after that,
I took the high ground and fired down on the coach.
Yeah, got them that way.
The high ground, Anakin!
And then they eventually, after that, they went and hid in the coach to warm up, and the fun was over. But it was definitely one of those things where, like, I was in the middle of the throes of the snowball fight, and I was like, oh, fuck, I've got an engine to fire. I need to put coal in this thing.
All right, I need to make a stand. I recall that snowball fight came up in the safety briefing.
It did the next day. And funnily enough, it wasn't our snowball fight. It was somebody else threw a snowball on the platform. It was somebody that we know very well, that you're a huge fan of, Brett. Got caught throwing a snowball, and that set Stromboli into a fit. He didn't actually know about ours until after the
idea how little that narrows it down?
The one who doesn't like you for greasing the track.
Oh, that one. I see.
Yeah. So that was hilarious. So we got away with our snowball fight, but somebody else got chewed out for it. So, anyways,
I didn't know about that. I thought he was mad about the.
No, he didn't know. He didn't know about our snowball fight.
That makes it even better.
So it's just like, it's one of those dumb things. It was a very dumb thing. It was very immature in the moment, and not something like in the line of duty that you should do. But it happened, and it was funny. So there you go. All right, back to the super chats, then we got to say goodbye to the lads here. Braden Lord, how do I feel about the Conway Scenic Railroad in New Hampshire? I don't know anything about it, but I'm sure it's pretty, because New Hampshire's pretty. Brett says thumbs up. Let's see. Emma Smith, welcome to the ES&D Brakeman. Colton's Taylor, sorry you missed some stuff. You got a headache. No worries, mate. Let's take care of you. That is understandable. And Andrew Bishop, oh my goodness, thank you. Greetings from Austin, Texas. Here's a little something for the Mystery Citrus Fund. Lord knows we're going to need to spend $100 on limes for when Jimmy comes out, so thank you. Limes sponsored by Andrew. And last one, Brookville Bronco, citation needed with a captive Amtrak audience. And Midland! Midland with 50 gifted memberships. Mate, the economy's broken. The scroll is not going to be updated tonight. Okay, I don't get the data for a couple days, and the video's already rendered and posted, so you'll see the new scrolls later. But thank you so much, and Brett, Leighton, thank you so much for joining us on this adventure of a stream. I'll probably hang out for maybe another 15-20 minutes-ish and try and get the last of the questions sorted as much as I can. But this has been so much fun, and it's always great to have the stream going and answer everyone's railroad questions, and of course getting to share it with you guys who have very different avenues of knowledge in railroading. Some of us, we got a decent overlap on some stuff, but you guys have a really good smattering of stuff that I don't, so it was really good to be able to hand questions of the USRA off and things like that. So
it was fun.
Yeah, it was a great time. Thank you guys. Happy New Year to everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy 2021. That's the year we're going into, right?
2020,
God,
I
it
think.
feels like it.
Yeah. Right?
Can we just start going backward? I feel like that'd be easier.
Sure.
So my waistline would go the right way. I'm okay with this.
Hey, can we skip the certain years where the things happened?
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
2018, 2019, 2021, 2022. Exactly.
Yeah, all of them.
All right. I'm headed out. Bye, y'all.
Talk to you later.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Toodles. All right.
And that's another 50.
That's another 50. Oh my goodness. I need to get Discord out and look. No, it's all me. Anyways, yes. I'm going to have to be heading for the hills decently here because oddly enough, the surprise evening plans that came up were with all of the idiots, of course, as it were. So that's what's going on tonight. But again, if you didn't hear the news, we will be doing a 11:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time premiere that will take us into the new year with the Explodey Boys, and it's a countdown of my top 10 moments of the year. I had a lot of fun putting it together, and it was great to rewatch some of that stuff, and the guys are on it too, so I'll try and...
Is the video 30 minutes long?
It is 26-ish minutes long. It's got a 5-minute countdown, so if you show up at 11:30, don't be surprised when there's a 5-minute countdown to pad it out, because the video edited out where it did, and I even still had to pad a little bit more time because you can only post in 15-minute increments. Increvals, that's my new word for interval/increment.
I was just making sure that you remembered about the stupid YouTube premiere timer.
Yes. Yeah, no, I actually used it to my favor because I didn't want to pad too much time in there before the boys. So yeah. So that'll be quite fun. So if you want to ring in the new year on Colorado time, of course. So New Year for the Grand and for my channel, that'll be there. Of course, plenty of people have already been in chat across the world that are already in the new year. So anyways, and Blackbird Gaming, thank you for the donation. Hopefully that buys a Staybolt for the Zuma. That should buy a Staybolt at the very least. Thank you so much. Okay, Mikali, are there any really good spicy live questions, or should I try and just blitz through these?
Not really spicy unless you want to talk about how you ran into Khan.
How I ran into Khan?
The question is, how did you run into Khan? And I'm assuming that's more of
how I got with Khan. Yeah, Khan contacted he who must not be named, I think, actually, about using the music, and got passed on to me because he wanted to see if the music was free use or anything like that for the soundtrack. And I said, yeah, sure. And so then we talked a little bit about the soundtrack, and he thought it was cool, and Khan's just a cool guy. And so we just kind of just chatted about the soundtrack briefly and stuff. And then he would ask me questions about the game because I was on the dev team at the time, and would ask questions about the locomotives. And it was like, oh, well, yeah, no, I operate the real Class 70 or whatever. And then he had the episode where he's like, well, I'm going to buy the Class 70 for the game. Would you want to come on the show and talk about it? It's like, okay, sure. I don't do YouTube video game stuff, I said, blissfully unaware of what my next year would turn into. But sure. And then I appeared on that episode of Con Gaming talking about the Class 70, and then I got 1,000 subscribers in a day at a time when I had like 500 or 600 or something, and it was like, oh, maybe I should talk about Railroads Online, and then down the rabbit hole it went. So there you go.
All the other questions I have here are fairly standard operation opinion questions.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can blitz through these pre-asked ones. John Doe, will the Hardcore Railroads Online return? That's up to the MOW crew. That'd be fun. Let's see. One crazy story that breaks a few rules is the Great CB train robbery. Is there any story like that on the narrow gauge? There's plenty of great, ridiculous, rule-breaking stories on the narrow gauge. If I had my copy of Little Engines, Big Men handy, we could go after one, but probably not on stream with limited time left. Zachary Hag, what is the run duration of the 491 if it's got a full coal and water and tender? It depends on the tonnage. If you're running tonnage, you use lots of water, lots of coal. If you're putting around, you don't use much. So, I mean, you could even go pretty far, maybe 100 miles even if you're not hauling anything but yourself. But if you're going up Cumbrace Pass with a full tonnage train behind you, you will use up almost all 6,000 gallons of the water. Going 15 miles up the hill, you probably use like 3,000 or 4,000 gallons just in that 15 miles. And you'd probably put 3 or 4 tons of coal in it too. So definitely does a lot. Quebec Gamer, will I make a video of doing the GTO doing donuts in the snow? Also, do you have snowmobiles in Colorado? I'm sure there are people that have snowmobiles. I don't have one. And no, I probably won't do a video of donuts in the snow in the GTO. As much fun as that would be, the GTO has some amount of rust on the undercarriage and on the underside of the doors. And I try not to drive it when it's super wet out to make that a lot worse than it already is, because it's going to be a lot of work.
Something road salt.
Yeah, something. Well, they're not too bad about it in Denver, but yeah, something road salt, moisture, all that stuff. So I tend not to drive it. And honest to God, when it rains out, you can't drive that thing. Like, you can, but you breathe on the gas pedal and you lose traction. So you got to be really careful with it, or load the trunk full of sandbags. So let's see. Quick super chat from Blue Jacket Warrior. Saw this one asked in chat, why is the Johnson bar called the Johnson bar? I could not honestly tell you. The myth that I have heard, which I don't have any backup for, is that you get thrown around by it when you try and hook it up and move it around. And so they used to say that it would give you a good jouncing, and they called it the jouncing bar. And then that slowly, over the years, translated into Johnson bar. That's the only theory that I've ever heard. I couldn't tell you otherwise. Jersey Central, 5 beers deep, Baba Booey. Good boy. I'm glad. I'm
5 deers beep.
5
What?
deers beep. 5 deers beep.
Jersey.
Yeah.
Jersey, why are you pre-gaming? You still have 6 hours till midnight.
Well, 6 hours. Yeah, I guess he still has 6 hours, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I was gonna
he's
say
on the East
I've been
Coast.
completely sober. I haven't even cracked a whiskey yet. So, and I've got to drive to Dusty's place shortly. So I don't want to be getting after it here. Anyway, Midland economy braking is just one of my specialties. Happy New Year's, Hyce, and cheers to 2023. You know what? I will break out a whiskey to cheers Midland real quick.
Hey, you're driving.
I am. It's just a little one. You know what? Do you want to know how many whiskeys it takes to get past the legal limit? Because I know, believe me, and it's a surprising amount. I'm just pouring a little taster.
I'm actually curious now.
For me, being the 235-ish pound male that I am, it usually takes about 5 or 6 standard drinks to get to the legal limit, which is hilarious. So,
What's the limit in Colorado?
0.08.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's the same as here.
to Midland, to everyone else on stream, to the community, to a New Year's, a little cheers. I poured myself a little bit of Redbreast, so nice whiskey. So
Takes 5 or 6 to get to 0.08.
yep, as a 230-pound dude, and like the rate at which you can consume them, yeah. If you were to like slam like straight like chug whiskey for 6 drinks, okay, you'd probably get there faster, but I want to say it's about 6 over like an hour or something that would get me there. So me
I'm
having
genuinely
one
surprised.
standard pour of whiskey is going to be totally fine. So anyway, let's see. Did we have anything else? No. Okay. Travis Stone, if you could build a larger alignment for the museum, narrow gauge or standard gauge, and money and bureaucracy being non-issues, what would you build? Map, please. Oh, map, please. Okay, we could do a quick thing. Colton's Taylor. I'll read your super chat, but I disagree with you, mate. Drunk drivings are fine. It's drunk crashers are the problem. I mean, I get what you're trying to say. If you're actually inebriated, you should not be operating anything because the chances of you having a slow reaction to something and killing someone are too high. That's very irresponsible. I'm not a huge fan. I had a roommate in college who used to say that he was the designated drunk driver, and that sort of behavior kind of disgusts me personally because the amount of people that die because of that is too much. Anyway, not to get all sad, but
like drunk drivers are the drunk crashers. There's no one sober who's crashing drunk.
That's true. That's very true. Okay, so if I were to build a bigger alignment for the museum, I mean, if we're doing a real one, let's get this cam going here. If we were to actually do the museum, I believe that's probably changed over. Just the delay. Yep. So here's the museum. The realistic thing would be we would get one of the properties next to us and possibly increase the size of the oval, which isn't that exciting. And the way it's graded would be really challenging, but that's the most realistic thing. Money, time, everything, F off. It's our own thing. It would be very fun to spiral around one of the Table Mountains and build up to the top of the Table Mountain because these mountains that surround us are really big and impressive and fun cliffs. Or the very fun thing would be to relay the Clear Creek branch, which runs right out of Golden and up the canyon and is very pretty. Maybe up to as far as the junction up here, maybe, if not further. But yeah, if money and time were no object, something along those lines would be very fun. Let's see. Back to that. More super chats. Bacon, congratulations on the fantastic year and all the growth. Everyone appreciates everything you've done for us in the Discord, YouTube, and the train world in general. Seriously, man. Cheers to you, Bacon. Colton's Taylor, seriously though, totally agree. You personally never drink a pop drop. It's a serious problem. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Cheers. Ooh, I love Redbreast. Very tasty whiskey. I try not to pour too much at once because It's not super cheap, but it's not super expensive either. So anyway, Brookville Bronco, since I won't be able to be there, you'll ask your question now. How much hot chocolate / cookie vomit had to be cleaned up this year on Polar Express? Do you also get PTSD when you hear the hot chocolate song, or is it just you? I thankfully don't have to deal with the hot chocolate portion of things because that's done before the show in the pavilion. Because narrow gauge train, and we don't have the concessions and the car setup like the Durango and Silverton does to do that stuff on the train. So thankfully, didn't have to put up with it, and I did not hear about any sad vomit incidences. Though we did have a kid pee themselves on the on the train, which was sad. We had to watch the seat cover.
How old was this kid?
5 or 6.
Okay.
Midland
Not as
1072 Productions with a pre-asked question. What was my most memorable moment from last year? I've got a top 10 that you'll see tonight. I don't know if I want to spoil it. I mean, because it's Midland, I will give you the option. Feel free. If you'd like it spoiled, I'm happy to answer it now. Or you could wait and then experience what it is. Because I picked 10 that I really liked, but the number 1, I think, is my number 1 moment from the last year. So
I would steal Midland, but Midland's not in voice chat, so...
Well, we'll see what he says in chat. Bjorn Fredrickson. Cheers, Bjorn. You got an explosive question. Would a rocket New Year version be ignited if placed in the chimney with no spark arrestor, of course? That's a good question. I'm not sure what the exhaust temp is, and if you would be hoping for a cinder to hit it or not. I'm not sure. Probably. My guess is probably, because it's got to be, the exhaust is pretty hot. Yeah, that would be interesting. Maybe something
Midland
to try.
Maybe just a small hint.
Maybe just a small hint. Well, it's a bit of footage that you've seen on the channel, naturally, and it involves. How do I not give it away? It was something that I had to wait a long time for. That might have just given it away, anyways. But Yearly Gymnast 98, worst derailment, whoops, boom, something that's now turned into multiple smaller, less useful somethings at the museum. 346, burning down the neighbor's field and 2 of the cars that we had on display. That's the worst. That was before my time. She burnt down 2 cars and set the neighbor's field on fire, and that's why she has to wear the Ridgeway, because the fire department got mad at her. So,
with good reason.
With very good reason, yeah. And the last one of the pre-asked questions. We've made it. Derpy Possum. Somewhat of a movie-related one. If a real steam locomotive will be able to thrown into reverse while going fast enough to cause the wheels to spin the opposite direction while the locomotive continues its forward movement, what specific damages would be caused? And would such a feat even be physically possible? Certainly possible. It's just a question. I mean, you would be really messing with the wheels really bad. To make that happen, because you'd have to overcome the momentum of everything to get the wheels to spin the other way, which either means you've got greased track or less friction, or you're just trying to destroy the wheels. And on the way there, if you had a fair amount of friction still, you'd charge up steam chest and try and run it in reverse. I mean, you'd be hammer blowing the crap out of the pistons. So you'd be trying to shake the wrist pin out and the keys that hold the pistons in out and the valves. I mean, you'd be bad for the rings, bad for the pistons, bad for the rods, bad for the wheels. I mean, all of the running gear would be having a bad time. But you could...
What's it bad for? Yes.
What's it bad for? Yes. The things that spin and move. Yes. Conceivably, you could get the wheels to spin in reverse. If the friction was low enough, or if you had oiled track or something. And people did do, that has happened. And so it was not impossible. I think actually in Emperor of the North, they do that. And I'm pretty sure, I want to say. I don't know. Anyway, but they probably grease the track because Hollywood. But it would be a bad thing to do in general. Okay, Mick, do we have any live questions? Any last things before we sign off here?
Not that I've seen past the questions that have been consistently asked all stream that you already answered. So.
I see I missed a super chat from Jersey. Bring me the Baldwin Builder's plate, damn it. No, it's not a real plate anyway.
If you want one last one, why do you play with the whistle at grade crossings past the normal grade crossing whistle?
Oh, we can do that in a second. I'm showing off the plate. This is this is for Jersey. This is my replica, and you can tell it's a replica because the letters are way too thick, of 346's plate. the museum had a bunch of replicas made, and one got given to me a number of years ago. So 5712, that's 346. Oddly enough, like 2,000 after Glenbrook, exactly, which is funny. 2,000 locomotives in 6 years. So it's cool. It's brass or bronze. It's super heavy. So I'm going to have to be careful putting it back on the shelf. Anyway, let's see. We've got one from Midland first there, Mick. What are you looking forward to most in 2023? Good question. God, 2023 is going to be exciting. Getting to travel, see what the channel's going to do. I'm working on an album for myself with music stuff. All very exciting. I'm not sure, like one specific thing.
Convention in September.
Yeah, Narragansett Convention in September. Oh, I'm very excited for that. That's going to be fun. A lot of people are going to come out for that. Exciting other things that I can't divulge that Mickley knows about that we're very excited about. So, anyways, spoilers. No spoilers. New season of BattleBots is coming. That's right. I'll be in it. I was in the audience for the round of 32. So watch for your boy. We were sitting pretty far off to the driver's side on, I think the blue team side. Anyway, look for your boy. I'll be there. Who are my picks for the Giant? I can't remember all the bots that they have. But yeah, I'm excited for that season. I love BattleBots. Okay. Any good questions, Mick, or shall we sign off?
It was just the why do you play with the whistle?
Oh, why do you play with the whistle? Right. It's the engineer's signature. You just have to blow a long, long, short, long, but how you do it is kind of the mark of you as an engineer. And for me, with the way our museum is set up, it is so challenging to make that grade crossing happen in a way where you can blow the whistle fun, because you're coming into that corner and you've got to release the air, pull the bar up, hook it back up, grab the throttle, get the whistle, and then sometimes you have to set the air back up again depending on what you're doing. So you need like 6 hands, and when you're a trainee engineer, it's not something you're ready for. And so it was a mark for me when I was able to start messing with the whistle and how I could quill it. To know that it was like, oh, I was getting really comfortable with this, and I had the rhythm down, and I understood what I was doing better. And then it becomes your signature. Like, you can tell, oh, that's a Hyce grade crossing, or that's a Brett grade crossing, or that's a Jeff grade crossing, or a Leighton's grade crossing, because we've all practiced it for long enough to have our signature. And so it's like, okay, you know who's running by the sound of the whistle, and that's been true forever. Every engineer. Some guys don't care and they'll just do whatever, which is fine. But a lot of the guys out there, that's what they do. And that's why it's a cool thing. It's one of my favorite things. So, okay. Well, I think with that, we're going to close things off. I see there's one last super chat from Deersley and Redneck 100. Happy New Year. Cheers, mate. Happy New Year to you guys too. We're going to be jumping off here. This has been a fun stream. Great to see everything.
Now's your last chance to make him stay. Send him more money so he has to read it.
Mickley's not wrong, but yeah. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Because, I'm going to be having to head down to Dusty's here shortly. So
you're going to have to wait a full year to talk to him again.
Yeah, it's going to be till next year. I mean, it's going to be a long time. So, all right, everybody. Thanks so much for watching. We'll catch y'all next time. This is so much fun. Look for good things in the new year. Bye.
Make sure to like and subscribe and watch all the videos.
Do the things. Yay.
Join the Discord. Woo.